I always feel like I'm forgetting something, but I don't think I am. How's it going, everybody? I got a real specimen of a man on the wallpaper here today. Looks like he's got some corrective dental work going on. Nice chain. Tribal tattoo. Good lamp. Unfinished walls. Looks like paper over the windows. Lots looking up for this gentleman. I'm sure that he's enjoying the finest that milk has. Milk. God. Milky. It is milky, I guess. Yeah, there's some milkers going on. I'm sure he's got a lot to offer and is living a sweet life at this moment. As we are about to, as we enjoy infinite wealth. Controller's ready to go. Pretty topical title today. I remember... I really hope that title is saying something. I really... Oh, by the way, I did get this code. Game compensated # sponsored. This is not sponsored, by the way. I did get a code, though. So, product received. Yeah, I'm hoping that this game is a commentary on American economics and the lifestyles that it creates. The concept of infinite wealth. Pretty topical today in the games industry with a mother shitter of even more layoffs, but it was kind of, I don't know. At least they waited until after the holidays, which is not any kind of consolation, but sucks. But it kind of links back to what I was hoping for from Infinite Wealth, which is honestly, I'm asking a bit much here, but I'm hoping that RGG puts in some snide commentary, not only on the state of American economics, but I'm hoping for maybe some introspective commentary on the concept of infinite wealth as related to video games. Because I think the American economic system and the expectation of infinite wealth has created a certain type of game. Or rather, it's created a chase for a certain type of game. Somewhat topical with games like Kill the Suicide Squad about to come out. I mean, I don't think that, like, noticing that certain formats sell well and then creating more games in that format is necessarily a symptom of American capitalism. But, yeah, it's certainly front of mind right now. And I would be really, really interested for RGG Studios to, like, find some way to bake in their corporate operating philosophy into the game, because I don't even, like, I'm worried about RGG, not in a, like, monetary way, but in a human way. Japanese devs, the Japanese work culture can be a bit of a bear as well. It's a life consumer. I don't know. There's a lot to be said, and a lot comes to mind with just this title, you know? And I have no idea how much RGG is going to put that commentary into the game, if they do at all. They did put some political commentary into Like a Dragon, which I appreciated. It was fairly surface level, and, you know, it's in the theater of pro wrestling. But it's there, a little bit. Fairly sex-positive game. Some commentary on like, moral preachiness and stuff like that. So who knows? You know, if that's the trajectory of the game, and then here comes one set in America called Infinite Wealth, I have some expectations, or some hopes, I should say, not expectations. All right, let's start. I'm not going to spend the entire game needlessly drilling into every mention of like income or labor as some kind of political diatribe. I know that I'm here for a goofy RPG fun time, and that's all. That's all I expect, but I can hope for other things. Also, karaoke, minigames. I haven't seen anything about this game, so it's going to be great. I've been mostly ignorant of it. This isn't the same map as always. That's true. It's in an entirely new country. It's in Hawaii. So you can't be in the same city again. In Kamurocho. It's impossible. There's no chance that significant portions of this game will take place in the exact same map. Now, when it comes to worrying about RGG, some of those worries are actually kind of dissipated by the fact that they're so efficient in reusing content or reusing assets. I think it's set in both Japan and Hawaii. Ooh. Ooh. I'm still putting chances at 0% for Kamurocho. Speed Tree's back. We just saw Speed Tree in the credits for Ashura's Wrath. Is Speed Tree the most stable game company? Ooh. Oh, this is their like Marvel intro? Okay. Oh, it's just the studio. Man, they really are like, we make like a dragon. I love, I see this a ton in Japanese TV, polka dots. It's everywhere, and it's used super effectively. It's made me think a lot about usage of texture in visual design. I could really put more polka dots on my thumbnails. Reusing assets, especially locations, as part of their charm. They do a really good job making those locations feel like home. Yeah. What's up, PewDiePie? Speed Tree helped with Resident Evil 2. They're everywhere, baby. Speed Tree. I think if you make games, the ideal might actually be to work for a middleware company like Speed Tree. They seem to do stable business. They provide a good product. They are not the like blast shield for any nerds that feel wronged or harassed. You don't get to like get up at the Game Awards and pick up a trophy, but shit, man. Anyway, awesome. Crank it up! It didn't even have to blink. Usually graphics engines have to restart to change the resolution. I guess that's the new method of rendering though. Exclusive full screen isn't a thing anymore. FSR? FSR... Shit! You get to pick your FSR implementation and XeSS. Holy moly, they got them all. Looks good. Oh, here, let me put on my headphones. There wasn't a Yakuza-style musical intro. Just right to the gaming.
Mind the road now.
Hey!
There are dogs on the loose around here.
I guess this is America.
Out here awfully late.
I was about to say, this is not the language I
I'd say
chose.
the meeting was worth it. With all the homeless around these days, there's no shortage of mouths to feed.
Yeah, maybe it'll play an intro video after you have a save file or something.
Forward in solving that.
Games that just cold open are, well, there was still a top menu, so. Is this actually in the 1940s? Or is this just how America looks? Nah, it's gotta be right. It's desaturated. Look at this imagery, though.
Power finished.
American crime.
Time for your reward.
No loose ends, eh, buddy? You'll get paid in lead. Blam blam. Whoa. Leaf. Now this is graphical flexing I can appreciate. See what I mean by texture though? I mean, I'm just connecting two dots that exist in a vacuum, but still. Are we the worker ants in American society? I said I wouldn't do it, but...
Oi! いつまで待たせんだよ。
少々お待ちください。履歴書を確認しておりますので。お待たせしました。履歴書を拝見しました。佐々木さん。私、今回担当を
Look at him wearing his little suit.
春日と申します。よろしくお願い
Beard kinda groomed, kinda? Kinda groomed, excuse me? Chaser Boy, thanks for the sub.
知ってるよ。有名だからな。
This is not quite as cool as him body splashing off of a second-story balcony.
それは恐縮
To
です。
what? Tackle a counterfeit pornographer? Yeah, hair all tied back? I liked his perm.
で、
It was a fun look.
どんな仕事回してくれんだい。春日さんよ。
I like how it was one botched haircut that he kept for like 10 years or something. I think there was a time gap.
室井興さんにお勤めだったとのことですが。
そう書いてあんじゃねえかよ。
室井興さんは暴力団横浜日渡市会の廃品回収部門を担うフロント企業で、社員は全て組の構成員のはずです。
詳しいね。
室井興さんを会社都合により退社と書かれてますが、これは日渡市会が先月解散したことに伴う廃業かと思われます。そういありませんか。
なあ、そうだけど。
では室井興さんにお勤めだったということと、その立派な彫り物とを合わせて考えますと、
And you've got
佐々木さんは
style.
足を洗って間もない元暴力団員なのではありませんか。
だったら何なんだよ。
そのことを履歴書に記載する必要があります。
あのな、なことバカ正直に書いて
Dude back there doing the tech pose.
少なくとも雇用主は
I do think the art world is kind of rife for commentary on tech society and tech culture. The most I've seen it, well, I guess there's movies like Her and stuff like that, but
こっちは例の噂。
it's fun to see the proliferation of tech bros as the bad guy in like action thrillers.
あんたが俺みたいな
Glass Onion, Batman v Superman.
割のいい仕事回してるって話だよ。浜の駆け込み寺って評判じゃねえか。
何のことでしょうか。私は一階の職員に過ぎません。
だからそういうのはいいんだって。こっちも
Yeah,
じゃねえんだ。
Ichiban is working at Hello Work
であれ
now,
ばまずは履歴書を書き直すところから始めましょう。
trying to help other people get
で
employed.
きる資格はありますか。
Specifically in this scene, he's trying to like help an ex-Yakuza get into the workforce
そ
proper.
ういうのはいいっつってんだろ。
It's interesting because the Yakuza series, as a plot device, kind of introduces the Yakuza
ので
as a
施設内では
like a social binder,
お願いします。
an alternative to police, an alternative to
佐々木さん。
the state and
仕
taxes.
事はお客様と雇用主様。お互いに最善のお相手を
Like not illegal, just another flourishing
です
culture
が佐々木さんを見
with
て
some illegal stuff, but that's
方
fun.
はいないでしょう。今のあなたは
So maybe there's some commentary there about
お客様にご案内できる仕事はありません。
becoming an agent of the system.
お引き取りください。
Again, I'm not gonna lecture about political shit the whole game, but it's a cutscene, and this is when the thinking happens.
まだやんのかい。
くそ、なんだよ、話とちげえじゃねえか。とんだ無駄足だバカだし。
Yeah, like the Mafia in America. And some movies like The Godfather, you know, tell a story about a person who's not evil. They protect their own and they care and they operate a system in a particular way. And that method of operation can be empathetic. You know, it's all in the context of the movie. Oh, it's evolved to meet the reality that Yakuza don't have a place in society anymore. Not enough money, too many laws. I could see that. I haven't played a ton of the later Yakuzas, but that's always like that's a fun tale, right? The Last Cowboy. Red Dead 2 kind of had that. Outlaws in a West that had no frontier anymore.
むしろいつもああいう手合いの相手してもらっちゃってこっちが申し訳なくて
Oh, Yakuza 7 covers it. Okay. I've played Yakuza 0 and Like a Dragon. And then I played Yakuza USA on PS2 back when it came out for like 6 hours or so. This is our goofy conversation music for this game. We're probably going to hear this for like 50 hours.
まさに夜通しのヒーローじゃない。
いや大げさだし、だいぶ前の話っすよ。
僕たちは同じ職場の仲間ってだけで誇らしいんだよ。春日さんももっと。
Oh yeah, Cyberpunk.
いいと思うな。
Except I think within the context of Cyberpunk, the world of mercenary work is thriving. And it's not necessarily in danger of being squashed out. I think what invades the cyberpunk thing is the more punk aspect, the fatalism. Like, we're gonna die by 30. So... Ooh. Yes. I do love that the first... They let you decide what's for dinner. What's your first task in this world? I just love real-world RPGs. I think you inherit a ton of comedic value just by having an RPG or video game systems and emulate real life. Maybe it's just me, but I also have a great fondness for video games, like, trying to look real. But it has to be real with a sense of humor because it is stupid to try to make a video game look real, if that makes sense. Things like Duke Nukem 3D, I always cite that game as like having a quaint cuteness about it. You know, then you get on like alien spaceships and it's another 3D shooter, but being able to walk around a like movie theater in a video game. Like the first thing everyone did when they got a Doom map maker was to make their school or their office or something. There's just something so adorable about seeing real-life locations video gamified. Back in the day, it was all like low poly and cutesy and blocky. Oh, that's nice. But yeah, there's something about, ooh, free plate. That's I talked a lot about that when I was recently playing through Earthbound. That game it lives so comfortably with itself because it's an RPG in the real world. And suddenly, like, you get a lot of absurdities when you start to make real world activities fit an RPG. I guess it makes the real world activities seem like quaint and cutely repetitive. The Sims? The Sims has got that through and through. It was a stroke of genius in The Sims to have the characters babble at each other incoherently. It further reinforces the cute video gaminess of it. Makes it feel like part of your world as a quirky video game. Everyone just doing what they do. Like a little ant crawling across a desk because that's just what it has to do. Only to be crushed by an entity far more complex than it could even imagine. Infinite wealth. It all connects, you know? It all connects. I like the little bubbles over characters.
Man, I
haven't even had my beef bowl yet.
いやさっきは悪かったよ。俺も空気読めてなかった。
な？
金だろ。いや噂には聞いてたんだ。駆け込み寺っつってもただじゃねえってことは、ほら5万でいいんだろ。今日は船でちょいと儲けて。
Man, I just realized we get the soundtrack to Infinite Wealth and we get Tekken 8 on the same day. Tekken 8 unlocks in like 2 hours, I think?
羨ましいぜ。
なんか勘違いしてるみてえだな。俺はそんなんじゃねえよ。
あ
Is Tekken
待てや。なんだ
is Tekken an 8-directional game? Or can you move analog in Tekken? It's octo-directional, right?
5年上あんたもそれで干上がってる口だろ。ヤクザが足洗った後に待ってる地獄の5年間だ。
Oh yeah, I'm gonna stream Tekken 8.
口座も作れなきゃ。
Probably tonight after raid night, so loose itinerary is
持ってのほか保険にする。
Infinite Wealth until raid night, dinner break, Tekken 8.
ありゃしねえ。
そこまで分かってんならさっさと。
近江と東上会の大解散で世間に放り出された連中がみんな苦しみながら頑張ってんだ。それをあぶく銭一つで何とかしてくれだ。
Teach a man to fish, Ichiban.
世の中そんなに甘かねえよ。
俺はな、んな説教聞きに来たんじゃねえんだよ。いいから受け取れよ。ああ、
このやめろ。
金が。てめえこんな野郎。
いい加減にしろ。さっさとその金拾って消えろ。
かっこつけてんじゃねえ。所詮てめえだって元ヤクザだろうが。
Quirky NPCs in the background. Oh, get out of there, buddy. It's JRPG combat time. Hit him with your best shot. Oh.
頭冷やしてもらうぜ。
ビビってんのか。
Yes, Toasty, I'm gonna play Tekken. Chat,
ほら来いよ。
you must, I repeat, you must backseat me mercilessly. I command you to take zero account of whether or not I'm new at the game or still learning or focusing on other things. If you see me do a single incorrect thing, you need to point it out immediately. That's what our compact is, okay? That's our agreement. That's the terms of service in this stream. Oh, you get downed attacks? Huh. That healed me? Oh, I got like TP for it or whatever. Go left. Yeah, load them up. You might want to like open up a little notepad and just have some phrases in there. Just so you could just copy and paste them right away. Maybe get some scripts up, some keybinds, so you could just blam blam. I want nothing but hip fires. Mad skills. MP, mental points, alright. Skills, activate prompts, yeah. The best combo, by the way. Give me some bullshit buttons to hit for some damage bonus. And I'll be a happy guy. Perfect guard. Love it. Oh, missed it. The red gauge at the bottom displays your health points. The party leader's HP hits 0, it's game over. Eat some rice balls. Beat ass. Welcome to Yakuza. Excuse me, like a dragon.
On to the next level.
Look at that. That's how I look when I level up. Hasn't happened in a while. I'm pretty high level already. Backseating should be a category. That's not a bad idea. Well, I guess Twitch had rooms for a while, right? That was supposed to be that. But nobody used it, I don't think. Is he gonna go grab it all? Oh. I was hoping it'd be a slow-mo, like, 100 hand grab while he's in the middle of the air. Could add it as a tag. Backseat welcomes. Pro backseat. Backseat mandatory stream. Was combat different again? Yes, sort of. So this is Like a Dragon is the oh Jesus, the hair condom. Like a Dragon is the main series now, and it's also a turn-based JRPG. They make other games in the Yakuza universe that are still beat 'em ups. Ko literally has backseat welcome as a tag. That's awesome. Does he actually like? Is it always a bit or? I've learned. I've finally developed the skill. My fourth eye has opened, and I've learned that when I look over to chat and I see backseating, I just mentally black it out. My eyes unfocus. It looks like a blur to me. I pretend I do not see it. Doesn't really help to get catty and lash out at chat, but it is satisfying. He's genuinely pro backseat? Yeah. That's kind of important on Twitch, actually.
スマホ？
そいつに斡旋したのが医薬品メーカーからの仕事でな。いわゆる転売対策ってやつだ。マスクに風邪薬に消毒液。人の弱みにつけ込んで買い占める連中が一時期大量にいただろう。そういう奴らがネットに出品した物を偽の入札でご破産にするって仕事だ。
そんな仕事があんのか。
かなりグレーな仕事だけどな。メーカーにとっても転売屋は毒にしかならねえ。そこで偽の入札って話になるんだ。
Well, degrading, I mean,
そいつをやるにはどう
it is frustrating getting backseated, especially when you're trying to experience a game yourself for the first time and other people have
だからあんたが
very, very high expectations.
ね。もっと真っ当な職が見つかるまでのその場しのぎだけどな。
It's tough, though. I guess what I've had to come to accept is it's unfair to stream a game and expect people to universally not say whatever they're going to say about it. Streaming is sort of an invitation for commentary, and you can't get mad at people for coming into a stream and saying things. That's what Twitch is.
けど、それでも真っ当に這い上がろうって覚悟があんたにあんなら。
But I do think, like, you can try. You can try to enforce certain, Oh, this is our touching music. This is nice.
俺の金をあんなに必死になって集めてくれた。てっきりくすねるつもりなんだなと思ったんだ。でも違った。俺、なんつうかあれを。
Surprised at how up to date the commentary is? Yeah, already acknowledging hoarding supplies in quarantine. I mean, that was like 3 to 4 years ago at this point. But I think there is something about RGG Studios' ability to turn games around quickly. There's not like a 3-year gap between when the words are written and when they actually make it into a game. And maybe they don't go through like 5 rounds of review where anything questionable or dated gets screened out by people who just forward emails.
もちろん全力でやらせてもらうけどな。ありがとうございます。それじゃあ明日もう一遍ハロワに来てくれ。こいつはそのための軍資金だ。
I'm amused at all the various ways they like
間違えるんじゃねえぜ。
all the like novellas they tell about Kiryu and then Ichiban to sort of establish their characters as being, and I saw this is actually a good line from the Roadhouse trailer. Like Mr. Rogers who can beat ass. There's something so inspiring about them, so self-sacrificial. There's always a little narrative to set that up. Actually, in Yakuza 0, Goro got that narrative. Ooh, alright. Here we go. I was gonna say the menu graphic or the party graphic looked a little Persona. Got some salsa flair, huh? Yeah, Gyllenhaal getting fucking jacked again. He got so thick for Prince of Persia, and that was like 15 years ago? This sounds like Nintendo music. Which is funny because it's Western swing, but you know. Yeah, the action in the trailer looked really good too. When Jake was slapping those dudes in the parking lot, I was like, shit, that's really good. And he moves good, if that's him. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's him. Yeah. Doing the best I can. Tell me about it, brother. I did kind of wake up like that today, because the first thing I saw was a game key for Like a Dragon. And I was like, yes! I got my workout in, though. I still did my lifts. Pendlay row today. It was great. I actually really blasted out the particular groups in my back that have felt underused. Yeah, then I lift. It's good. It was a good morning. I got a Like a Dragon key. I saw the trailer for Roadhouse, and I was like, fuck, that actually looks good. I've never seen Southpaw. No. I gotta check that out. What's your one rep max bench? I have no idea. And it would be trash right now. I am just getting back into weightlifting after about a year of not doing it. I tried to focus on cardio. Dumb idea. But I did play a lot of Ayuden Chronicles, so there is that. Oh, this is a cool way to do a flashback. All right, let's see what happens. Reminisce. So yeah, I'm just getting back into doing my routine, and then I'm gonna step up my weights until I get a good feel for where I'm at. Those Twitch commercials are brutal. It's 90 seconds every 30 minutes. They're not brutal. Jeez, man. But you can always sub, Pierce, if you don't want to see ads. People see like 8 ads or whatever, and their brains melt. Oh, 420 East Coast. Hey! I've been to streams where they line up 5 in a row. Yeah, but how long was it? I guess it depends. You can Pierce. Sheesh. Yes, I look at it. I mean, it's fine. I wouldn't stream on Twitch if it or I wouldn't stream on YouTube if it bothered me. I'm just I guess man, TV sucked. TV was terrible. 22 minutes out of a 30-minute block was programming. So this is like 10% as much of an ad load, but I guess people never really lived with that. Or like, have you listened? Man, the radio. I was in an Uber the other day because they had like news radio on, right? And they were bragging about a 20-minute ad-free block at one point in the day. 20 whole minutes in a row with no ad. And I was like, because it was like, they would do a little thing, and then it would be like 4 minutes of ads, and then they do a little thing on this station. And I was like, wow. Honestly, I'm constantly switching back and forth to both platforms, and when they both are fighting for my eyes, the consumer wins. Well, yeah, the consumer wins in this case because you have a platform with no ads on it. I guess I could click a little bit to try to turn on ads on YouTube. Oh, Harry, it's because turning the ads on is a pain in the ass. You have to turn them on manually for every YouTube stream. And that's like 5 or 6 clicks. And people just, there's only like, let's see here. I only get like maybe 50 to 100 viewers on YouTube. Oh, no, it's 50, it's not bad. It's not nothing, but it's not I don't think it's enough to even be worth like clicking through. Which one gets you more money? Which algorithm pays you more just for watching? Twitch, I'm assuming? Well, that's hard to say. There's a lot of factors there. Well, I got my little socks. If you sit through ads on Twitch, that definitely generates more money than watching on YouTube, which doesn't generate anything at all. Unless I turn it on, and then I have no idea. There's like they don't break it down per viewer for you or anything like that. I don't think they could even if they wanted to. Please just don't. The ad-free experience is beautiful. I know you don't want that. Luckily, I'm not in a place where like I'm doing okay money-wise, but no, I get it. Oh, my shoes come on automatically? Yeah, they do. They're just gonna blink on. Does being a supporter on YouTube still give you ad revenue? Supporter. You mean like a member, like a subscriber? That just gives money directly. And that amount of money is far more than any amount of payout I would ever get for somebody sitting through ads. Whoa. Just cut Xfinity today because they jumped my internet to $150 a month and then $150 for cable. Dude, that is fucked up. That is all right. Yeah, if you're paying that much for internet, you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to pay to watch a fucking stream. Ugh, gross. Nah. All right, Pierce, I get it. If I was just on the phone with my provider for trying to jack my bill up to $300, I too would think watching a Twitch or an ad on Twitch is brutal. Man, ugh. Now I'm mad on your behalf. Damn. It's Ziply in the high seas for me? Good. Yeah, that's fucked up. God damn. I have really good internet. I mean, I guess this is one of the benefits of being in a major city. I have pretty good internet. It doesn't cost a ton. It's pretty core to my business, though. Oh, someone's hurt. But no, the ideal way to do things on the internet.
Well, I'll let you out, but I'm warning you, it's hell out there. It's completely under military control. You'll have to sneak and fight your way from one end to the other, and I don't expect you'll meet many of our peers along the way. But if you do survive and somehow make it across the base, you'll end up at the Lambda complex, where the rest of the science team has taken shelter. I wouldn't venture there myself, but I will let them know that you are coming.
Thanks. That's not very helpful, but thank you. I'll always sit through your ads? Aw, thank you. What question I have for you? Let's see here. Hold on. I view being a manager at work almost like being an actor. I have to flip a switch and become a different person for that specific interaction. Thoughts, comments? Yeah, I mean, yes. It depends on how eccentric your team is, or the ways in which individuals want to be interacted with. But yeah, That's part of being a manager. You kind of have to learn the ways that your team communicates and how to like read people. I think everyone does that unconsciously around different people or groups of people. Yeah, so Liquor Chicken, thanks for gifting a sub. What about YouTube Premium? Oh, sure. So with both Twitch Turbo and YouTube Premium, the way that works is anytime you would have been served an ad, the entity, the platform holder, credits money to the creator in that. So it's like, and they pay more than the ad would have, basically. So I'm sure it's an everybody wins situation in that they probably don't pay out more than the subscription costs to creators, but creators end up making far more money off of a viewer that is paying for Twitch Turbo or YouTube Premium than one that just sits through ads. Oh yeah, one last thing, because the last thing I want is for anyone to feel guilty about not like giving me money. I don't care. I care to the degree I have to, but luckily enough people are generous that it's not really an issue, so I'm allowed to not care. But the ideal for me, the absolute ideal, is that I just do what I do, and people enjoy it enough that they decide to give me money when they can. And so far that seems to be the case, which means I can just kind of stream on YouTube and not worry too much about it. But boy, if I were struggling to make bills, it'd be another story. So I'm lucky I'm not. I'm gonna ride that as long as I'm allowed to. Yeah, Slash Thighs, I personally treat streaming as more of a hobby. And I'm grateful that I'm allowed to do that too. That I don't have to like change the way I do it or what I do. It's not out yet. I got a code for it. But it's coming out really soon. It should come out today, I think. I'm not sure what hour. Yeah, Jason. That Roadhouse trailer was pretty sick. Had a good energy about it. Wasn't like cruel. The original Roadhouse wasn't very cruel either. It was very fun and stupid. I guess it got kind of serious near the end, but it's just very obviously, I don't know, some movies have a fun energy where it's just kids playing with their beefy action figure toys. That's what they're making up the story as they go. Just having a good time with it.
大丈夫か家まで送るよ
ああ平気だよそこまでじゃない
She's used to hitting the deck after a night of drinking.
つばつけときゃ治る
つばじゃ治らねえよ変に気使うなって
大丈夫だってそれよりあんた仕事だろせっかく職に就けたんだそっちを大事にしな
本当に大丈夫なのかよ
ああ私を誰だと思ってんだいあんまり老いぼれ扱いするんじゃないよほらさっさと仕事に行きな働けるって
Kilixi the Kaiju, thanks for gifting a sub.
分かってんだろ
What did I miss? Why is Ichi's hair like that? They didn't really address it. He works for WeWork now.
心配ありがとうよ
To help rehabilitate ex-Yakuza into getting jobs in the normal marketplace. Let's see here. Refining Kasuga's personality will earn him many perks, increased resistance to enemy skills and status ailments, access to new facilities. A personality chance is an opportunity to improve Kasuga's character. Okay. Yeah, this is the Afro Man. His hair is no longer permed. It's a good look. In the lower right, his like character portrait. I do miss the fro. Maybe I wonder how functional that was in just trying to distinguish the change in protagonist. Also remember when I said there was 0% chance this game would be set in Kamurocho? We're off to America. Hold on. Oh, Kiwami drink? Increased XP? How do I not drink the XP drink? You gotta drink that during a boss fight, right? Oh, this is Yokohama? My bad.
What's up?
What the hell was that?
Yo, What's up?
That sucks.
Hey.
That's weird. You can hit X to like wave to people, but he speaks English? His menu portrait is so good. Hey! What's up? Hey! What's up? Auto mute?
What's up?
What's up?
Excuse me.
What's going on, man? Must be an early bug. Excuse me. Hello, it's me, Kasuga Ichiban.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. I'm not getting immersed right now.
Excuse me.
Hey.
Hey. That didn't sound very American. A lot of positivity here. Yeah. Ichiban looks like he's 7 feet tall. I noticed he was clearing this guy by a significant margin. Yeah, somebody sitting down is like eye level with his waist. Sheesh. We are so back.
佐々木真也と申します。よろしくお願いします。
おかけください。履歴書はお持ちですか？
失礼します。
I like a lot of the guitar I've heard so far.
佐々木さん、前科というのは
That is sort of the instrument they've used to represent
時計とか
the clunkiness of modern life, I
手
guess.
頃な大きさで高値のものなら何でも盗んでました。ダチが盗品の横流しをやってたんで、ブツはそいつに買い取ってもらって。
なるほど。
Oh,
やっぱり
that reminds me.
難しいですか。
That was a naruhodo, but
一つ伺っていいですか？
あ、はい。
we haven't had any nanis yet.
懲罰の欄はありません。
Ichiban doesn't really say that, does he?
なぜ前科のことまで記載されたんです？
自分のしでかしたことだからです。それを隠してもし仕事もらえたとしても、いずれバレて相手に迷惑かけちまうかもしれない。まっとうに人生やり直すにはそれじゃダメだって思ったんです。
立派なお考えだと思います。ご安心ください。そんな佐々木さんに
Yeah, Chaim, the combat music is pretty dubsteppy. There's some, it's not quite as like dirty and dank, but it honestly sounds more like Tekken music, and that might just be because I'm thinking about Tekken right now.
万引きです。
We flashbacking? Is he stealing ointment for his sick mother? Whoa. Hey, Ferret King.
すみません。うがい薬ってどこにありますか？あ、はい、あちらになります。
Andrew 19 East. Thanks for the sub. Oh, they're working together?
あ、すみません。ちょっとこれ見せてもらっていいですか？かしこまりました。どうぞ、こちらになります。良さそうじゃない？ね
え。いいけど、映画始まっちゃうから、また今度にしよう。
あ、もうそんな時間？ごめんなさい。いえ、またのお越しをお待ちしております。
Eh? Nani? No, nothing? Okay.
Oh,
it's that guy. Like the first party member you get? Oh, he's back to a life of crime? No! No! Oops, excuse me.
サングラスが1つに化粧品が3点、それに財布にコンドームと。
早い話、どの店も陳列棚の配置が四角だらけなんですよ。まあ今時こんなダミーの腕で偽装するやつなんていませんけどね。こいつが見つかったら言い逃れできませんし、だから最近はチームを組むのがトレンドですね。壁役、監視役、注意を引きつける役、そして盗む役、それくらい役割を分ける連中もいますね。
コストを割いてでも安全を取る方針か。まあ確かにバレたらおしまいだからな。
お疲れ様でした。お先に失礼しますね。
お疲れ様でした。またよろしくお願いします。
どうもお世話になりました。
いいえ、万引きの手伝いなんて初めてだったからドキドキしちゃった。
Ah, loss prevention.
じゃあお疲れ様でした。
どうも。だからお前は手伝いが欲しいって言ったのか。
ええ、二人組になるだけでだいぶやりやすくなりますから。それにあのおばさん、芝居もどうに言ってましたよ。
エキストラって名目で募集かけたんだが、それが良かったみてえだな。それにしてもおめえ、さすがの知識と手際だな。恐れ入ったぜ。しかし最後に回ってもらったブランドショップ、あそこは相当セキュリティに金かけてたはずなんだがな。狭い店なのに天井四隅に監視カメラをバッチリ置いてる。特に遮蔽物もないし、死角なんてなさそうに見えるんだけどな。あの場所でどうやって証拠も残さずに財布なんて盗んだんだ？
はい、店によってはカメラがダミーの場合もあるんですが、あの店はちゃんと本物が稼働してました。それに客が俺たちだけだったので、店員も俺の方をずっと見ていた。ですがレジ上にあったカメラ、あれだけ実は少し下に向いていたんです。だからあのカメラだけは店内を見渡せていなかった。レジを集中的に監視したかったからなのか、それとも単純に設置ミスか。何にせよそのおかげで店内に死角は生まれ。
They didn't trust their employees.
そうだったのか。
あとは店員の注意を引きつけているうちに獲物をちょうだい。店を出て店員はすぐに盗難に気づいたとのことですが、どのカメラにも俺が撮った瞬間は記録されていません。すべて後の祭りというわけです。
一回店に入っただけでそこまで観察して実行に移したのか。大したもんだ。
感心するのは俺の
Sorry,
方ですよ。
I'm dicking with something.
まさかこんな職業があったなんて。
日本で1日に万引きされる総額は12億円とも言われている。小売店にとっちゃ店を潰すほどの死活問題。なのに多くの経営者がカメラと警備員さえ置けば万引きがなくなると思ってる。
間違ってますね。カメラや警備員を増やすとそれまでなかった死角も浮かび上がってくる。盗む方からすれば余計にやりやすくなる場合もあるんです。
そこで防犯セキュリティの欠陥を調べる。
With Dachi Investigative Services? Excellent.
もしも今日お前が万引きに失敗してれば店のセキュリティは正常に機能してたってことだが。
I don't really. No one on the Tekken roster has really like popped out to me yet. But I also haven't looked. I wanna go in completely like a baby boy.
さらなるビジネスチャンスはこの先にある。
というと？
いわゆるコンサルってのに食い込むんだ。
And yeah, our PCS3 is amazing. I didn't expect it to be that refined and efficient.
なるほど。
このビジネスが軌道に乗れば別に警備会社も。
I guess we have kind of crossed that evolution of processor efficiency now, where the stuff that used to be really difficult and rough to virtualize in the past, now it just has like circuits dedicated to that math.
どうだったよ、足立さん。うちの佐々木は。
さすがのプロ目線だ。
All right, that was a fun bait and switch, though.
それじゃあ採用ってことでいいか？
ああ、もちろんだ。
Aww.
ありがとうございます。じゃあ買い物ですが、何卒よろしくお願いします。
Yeah, it's really good, Chaim. Super surprised. 2 feats of processing engineering have surprised me lately. 1, the efficiency of our PCS3. 2, the efficiency of Intel 14th Gen encoding video.
ああ、たまたま古本屋で見かけたんだな。
施設警備業務検定。
Yeah, we play video games to experience fantasies we don't enjoy in this real life, like getting jobs.
資格の勉強でも始めてみたらどうかと思ってよ。足立さんが事業を広げる時にも即戦力になれるし。
確かにそいつは心強い。
ま、時間ができた時にでも読んでみろよ。
Yeah, Toasty, I got a 14th gen for my stream PC. I got the cheapest 14th gen because it's supposed to have hardware AV1 encoding. I don't think it's enabled in OBS yet, but it should at some point. Future-proofing for if/when Twitch actually updates their encoder game.
まあ、そうとも言えるかな。こいつは俺なりの恩返しなんだ。
恩返し。
今やってることは全部荒川組の。
It's not bad. The like bottom line 14th gen was just $200, 220, something like that. And it's a beast, man. It can do encoding that my last processor couldn't even handle in X264. That's why I'm able to do 1080p on Twitch now with some punched up quality. Yeah, CD Media. It sucks. It sucks. I hate to say it. I mean, it was kind of inevitable once the acquisition closed. People kind of whispered about it. Nobody wanted to... Like, for some reason, everybody was celebrating Bobby Kotick being gone, as though that meant the end of layoffs and evil corporate maneuvers, but... Nope. It's interesting, too, because... God, it was like 2 weeks ago? I was theorizing who are people going to blame when Activision lays people off. Phil Spencer is not in anyone's mouth. I even saw some people online trying to like bring up Bobby Kotick again. Like, let's get mad at that guy while he's out on his yacht. Borg Ninja, I don't think anyone expected pandemic bubble to last. I don't think anyone hired in 2020 or 21. I don't think any indie studios opened in 21 thinking that they would last forever.
そのうち職にあぶれて行くあてのない連中はかなりの数に上るはずだ。そいつらを
Man, they're really restating this a couple times, huh?
一人残らず、そんなことできるんすか?
Like a Dragon is learning what modern video game writing is, which is that if you want the player to remember it, you have to say it like 18 times.
手を貸さずにはいられねえのさ。
はい。なんかわかる気がします。
What was your last processor? Oh, I don't remember. For my stream PC? I don't know who to blame, but hopefully the workers can find something they can afford to eat. I guess I'm not an economist, so I don't know. The blame lies with investment, which is uncomfortable because it starts like there's no easy answer there. There was a surge of money in 2020, a surge of investing flowed in because that's what investing money does. It created a... We have to assume, right? Here's the problem, is I don't have the data to back up this narrative, and I wish I did, but I don't think data like this exists. We have to assume, and certainly anecdotally, in 21 it was very easy to see there was a lot of hiring and a lot of like new studios getting founded, a lot of projects getting greenlit. So in 24 now, when all those projects have either been canceled or have come out, and there's not as much investment capital flowing, some of those opportunities disappear. It's kind of a loved and lost bullshit. And the problem is like that's just the numbers game of it. That's the ebb and flow that I can tell observing how money interacts with the games industry. None of that matters to somebody who wasn't hired as part of the investment surge and is now laid off because of these trends. I don't know. We're all ants, man. We're all getting shoved around because of a system that's larger than us. It's larger than any one person, really. And it has, theoretically, it has advantages. It has very visible disadvantages. The Judgment games literally give you a PowerPoint presentation about Alzheimer's rates in Japan at one point. Ha! Okay. Yeah, it's... I don't know. I guess spare emotions for people that need them. Beyond that, can't solve every problem in the world. Nanba. I try to make sure that all the businesses that I work on, which is to say my own, I guess, is a responsible business. Bruce and I could probably go around and try to secure investing. In 21, that probably would have been pretty viable. You know, we could have probably locked down a couple $1 million, tried to open a studio, hired people. We might and if we did that, we could have employed people for a while, but maybe we'd have to lay them off now. I don't know. Aw. He's a suffering man, though.
Hey.
Hey. Was it Nanba the journalist? Hear that music? Can move left stick to move within the ring. Positioning to relative enemies can make a big difference. Try getting closer to the bicycle and see what happens. Oh, the nurse who became homeless to look for his brother's killer. Never mind. Oh. Oh, okay, cool. I always thought it was weird that like games that have a positional thing. How do I change target though? Oh, there we go. Hell yeah, this music. Alright, had to mash. I always thought it was weird that games like Chrono Trigger has something like a movement system, but it never really matters. On the rare, it's just the rare chance that enemies happen to line up for something to hit multiple people, which was pretty uncommon actually. Very fond of like lining up enemies. Turns that you invest in a future turn to get a payoff of damage that's more than just the sum of those turns would have been. That's how turn-based becomes more interesting.
Hey.
Hey. Here's if the vocal stabs are not properly Japanese like that, then we probably won't get a Nani. Hey Yando. Life's good. Okay, well, hey. Yeah, the counter might get stuck for a while. I never did get that food. Hold on. Huh. Recommendations for shop or menu items you've ordered at a restaurant? Oh, that's nice. Look at that. Oh, it's just recommended? Ah, okay. Cool! God bless. Well, we gotta go to the arcade first. Seems like there's a lot of getables in the open world this time. And they're far more visible. Ugh. There's a bully on the way to the arcade. Nani? Oh, that was one! It wasn't like, it wasn't, no, that doesn't count. That's right. It has to be a single exclamation in shock. Nani. Not mixed with other things. Nah, nope. It was close. It was close. I do like the brass in the combat theme. Yeah, false alarm. We're getting closer though. Signs of life, signs of life. All right, what we got here? Spike out. Spike out? Wait. Is Spike Out a real game? Oh shit, yeah, Sega Bass Fishing? Spike Out looks like a Dynamite Cop or something. Alright, right, let's play Spike Out. And then we get to play Sega Bass Fishing. Fuck yes. Play. I think Spike Out is a real game. I think I saw it streamed like a couple of years ago. What a game. Hop! Oh. Give me the dude with the huge tits. Damn. She's awesome. He's got a little kid on his back? That's amazing!
Spike Out.
Spike Out. Peak character design. Holy moly. Well, is the kid on his back the whole game? No, I don't see him back there now. Linda. Damn. Well, I guess I'm Linda. Linda's got some industrial support in that bra. Shit. Those girls are locked in place. Player boss! That's all you need to know, baby. That is all you need to know. Functional mirrors. Reminds me of the PS2 Gungrave game, where it's like every level just started with "kick their ass." Oh, got a grenade launcher there. Good thing he doesn't use it. How do I super attack? Break the gate! Break the gate! Gate break bonus! Holy shit. Is the problem gonna be the, like, timer, you think? Probably. That makes you strafe. There's a jump. Is there a run? Oh, what the heck was that? The sound of the plane taking off. Here comes the boss. Nope, 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 no! Oosh. Okay. Look at that walk, though.
Area 1 clear.
Sexy hips. Rolling, churning that butter. Shit. Look at how Yakuza this game is already. Sick ass drum break beats in the background. Fat. Can I pick that up? No way, it's blinking. You've got to be able to pick it up. Nothing? Oh, you can grab? Oh, shit! This sick car over here. I think you grab just by running into enemies. Just like walking into them. Yeah, this feels very Dynamite Cop. Oh, the Nard kick! Yeah, there's a lot of moves. Feels very Yakuza. I guess it's in America too. Or it's obviously, well, I guess it could be Japan. There it is. Love that announcer. Man, I think I get what grab is, and then I don't grab.
Area 2 cleared.
Oh, Frosty as Me has redeemed a real trading card. Excellent. I'll draw that just after I play this credit out. How do I do grabs, man? I can't figure it out. Is it A? It might be A. Okay. Jump on them. Can you jump suplex? Maybe. I feel like I'd have to look up a I'd have to look up a move list or something. Believe it or not, this is not Dynamite Cop, says Nizzle, but it's about as awesome as Dynamite Cop. All right, we got a tradition to uphold here, with only the highest class initials. Steam forums have a workaround for the bugged vocal stabs. Well, what is it? All right. Women love me. Fish fear me. It's been so long since I played bass fishing. Although, again, proving my point that only the best video games have fishing minigames in them. Nagoshi said that Spike Out's combat system is a big inspiration for Yakuza's brawler combat. Yeah, you can see it for sure. Yes, the card. Thank you. Right. I got too distracted. There you go. Spike Out has a handful of sequels? Oh, baby. I gotta check that out. If there's one thing I love, it's bombastic beat-em-ups. Did just finish Ashura's Wrath after all. All right, let's draw a card for Frosty as Me. You know what? This one just popped right out, so I'm gonna go with it. What is it? Yeah, the UH-1 Huey Navy Bell helicopter. Appropriate card to draw while we pulling the fat bass. We got some stats on the back here. We'll go full screen on it in a minute. All right. Behold, look at that beaut. Incredibly rare, valuable card. UH-1 Huey Navy Bell. The UH-1 helicopter is the senior member of the Armed Forces Utility and Assault Copter Fleet in Operation Desert Storm. This low silhouette model has been modified to meet the Navy's special demands for command, control, rescue, and evacuation missions. Armament optional. Maximum speed 127 miles per hour. Range 248 miles. Contractor Bell Helicopter. Textron Incorporated. Yes. Yes. What a card indeed. Armored Core ass music.
Welcome to Lake Paradise. Select an area. Large area. Enjoy your fishing. Select the lure.
I'm just gonna be a baby this time.
Select the casting point.
Select the casting point. Look at me scooting around. What a master fisherman I am. Actually, hold on. Cast. Real, move, D-pad. Okay. There's nothing. No fish, no shit. Oh, here we go. Bite it.
Turn the wrong way. Lower the rod. Turn the wrong stick.
Fish get. All right.
Oh, a big one.
Oh.
Rank in. Time bonus.
Don't feel bad for the fish. We're going with the shallow crank tonight. Babe, tonight, it's a shallow crank. Behold its hypnotic gyrations.
It's coming near. Okay. Fish. Hit bonus. Turn the rod down.
Hey, rudimentary. It's been a pleasant Thursday. It's been a very good Thursday.
You're almost there. Be careful.
Had a nice workout this morning.
Size. Good job. Time bonus.
Playing some absolutely patrician video games already. Enjoying the delightful company of Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Harry got a code for the RMA. Good stuff. Oh yeah, my ROG Ally is supposed to show up today. That seems unlikely considering the last check-in was at Heathrow, but maybe it'll get here. That'd be nice to get that back. I even saw a headline that I guess Asus is gonna launch another ROG Ally this year, like something with improved specs. I'm intrigued. Ah! Stupid fish!
It's gone.
Alright, let's mix it up. Why did you have to RMA your ally? I didn't. I left it on a plane when I was flying back from Finland. Because those flights were just nightmares. But, no, somebody in YouTube chat has been having issues with their video card. Oh! Come here, bitch. Come here.
It's gone.
Fuck you! Yeah, Tekken 8 is about to launch.
It's coming near.
It's coming near. Come here, you fish! Oh, suddenly they all lose interest, huh?
It's gone.
What is your problem? Can you actually catch the crawfish? Ah! Well, that's my answer, I guess. Did you talk about your flight experience on stream? Not really, no. I don't know. It's over now. If people want to hear me complain about air travel, I will. Basically, like, we only had one transfer, which was nice. It started off so nice.
Rookie!
A flight from, Rovaniemi to Helsinki, and then
Your name.
somehow a direct from Helsinki to LA. It was beautiful. We even had premium economy, but the first connecting flight was delayed by an hour before it even got to our initial airport, so we already missed our connector. Our first connection was an hour, like the short flight, and then we're just on a flight all the way back to LA. We were supposed to land at like 2 in the afternoon. We'd have a nice afternoon to sort of relax and readjust to the time zone. But that didn't happen. Our first flight was delayed, which meant we missed our only connection to the only direct back to LA. So we spent we got to Helsinki. Everybody on that flight was already really amped up and anxious to get to their next flight because it was late. We got put on another flight that would take us to New York, and then from New York to LA. That flight also got delayed. We were just sitting in the plane, waiting for it to take off, watching the minutes tick down, knowing that our transfer time was just getting shorter and shorter until we landed and we had 40 minutes to transfer, which would have been enough, except for the fact that that's also when Finnair lost Stephanie's suitcase. Because we had to take our luggage out and check it back in once we got to New York. Because we were in the United States, and it was transitioning to an American Airlines operated flight. So we got through customs, theoretically had enough time, but then we just sat at the baggage carousel while all the luggage came out, and Stephanie's was not included. And then after everyone's luggage has come and gone, somebody came out with Stephanie's name written on a piece of paper and said oh yeah, we lost your luggage. So it's if they knew, I don't know when they knew, but if they knew right away, we could have just gone right through and gotten to our connecting flight and maybe got to LA that night, but we didn't. So we sat around for them to tell us they lost our luggage. And then it was already midnight in New York. Whoa. So there were no flights to LA anymore, so we had to get one in the morning, but it was at 6 a.m. So by the time we got into a hotel and checked in and took a shower, it was 2 a.m. So after 24 hours of air travel, we both got 3 hours of sleep. We're up again to go back to the airport to catch a really early morning flight back to LA. I lost my ROG Ally on our first connecting flight because I was really Like, I was just distracted. I can't really blame anyone but myself, but also I can blame the airline because everybody was really antsy and pushing to get off the plane, and I should have thought to double check everything, but I didn't. So I left my ROG Ally under the seat because I was also stressed about making our flights and everything. So I was annoyed about that. That was also like, I left it on the earliest flight and the shortest flight. So I didn't have it to distract myself on the rest of the trip, but I'm an adult. I made it through. Steph's luggage finally showed up. That took a while, but at 3 a.m., by the way, Stephanie got a text saying that her luggage had been located and was like going to work its way back to the United States. And then she got a text saying like, your luggage will be home today. And she was like, okay. And it wasn't until 2:30 a.m. that there was a ring at the door. They had texted her like 30 minutes before that at like 2 a.m. that, hey, we're on the way with your luggage. Ding dong. Some dude dropped it off and then left. So whatever. She got her luggage back. One of the caster wheels had just been basically shredded off. So that luggage is also just wrecked now. But at least everything inside made it home okay. And then, yeah, theoretically, when I left my ROG Ally behind, I had to fill out a little form, basically describing it, uploading a picture of it, saying what flight I left it on. Shockingly, they actually did write back to me and say, hey, we've matched this request with an item. I had to pay for shipping back to the US, which was a lot of money, but if I get it back, it's fine. I'm willing to pay that amount of money for my stupidity, but yeah, there's a lot of oofs. But we eventually did make it back to LA, and Steph is like, I think they're going to cover the hotel. So we won't be out anything in the end but our time and stress. And that's just kind of air travel, you know, that sucks. That's what hurts, man, is you're in the system and you just have to trust that they'll make good in the end, which to some degree, Finnair is kind of doing that. Yeah, them covering hotel was a given. You'd like to think so. There is Finnair has like a flying bill of rights or whatever that you're entitled to. And compensation for hotel is part of it. So hopefully they don't fight Stephanie on that too much. And we will eventually get all of our luggage back. We're almost there. Yeah, right, Kento? It's pretty cool that like a handheld device is just a full PC with no qualifying bit, and then actually not a bad one either. Yeah, I've invested a lot of time and customization into the Ally. I even got like I said, I put a transparent backplate on it so I could see all the computer guts. And once you do that, you're basically spirit bonded with a piece of hardware. Did you at least get the complimentary blueberry juice? I did, Thornius, I did, and it actually did raise my spirits a little bit. Yeah, I have a lot of good memories of drinking warm berry juice while being absolutely frozen. Oh, combo meal. Additionally, ordering a combo at certain restaurants may even spur a good table talk. Cocktail, meat, rice, delicious. Ooh, combo meals differ and can stack up to 3 times, with 1 stack removed each subsequent battle. Ah. So do you have to eat 3 meals to get the 3 stacks? Or is that just part of it being a good combo? Let's see here. Whiskey, pretzel sticks. No. Potato wedges. Beef curry.
Itadakimasu. Gochisou-san.
Burned out my first Dremel cutting a custom window in my first build. Nice. I also have used a Dremel to shave down PC cases. My stream PC has a hole cut out of it for a giant heatsink that didn't fit in the case. And now that I've upgraded it, it's actually good that hole's there because the next giant heatsink also pokes out of the case a little bit. I've also had to there's our guy. I've also had to drill out some pop rivets in this case that I have. Basically like the 5 1/4 drive bays that just aren't used anymore. I do have a Blu-ray drive in my PC for watching the most rare anime.
正直景気は悪いね。細々とまあなんとかやれてるって感じかな。
Ah, she's got her own club.
でも
Seiko was the anchor of my team. She did the most damage by far. Was just an absolute monster.
ナンバーワンのキャバカラにしてみせるから、あんたたちもたまには金落としに来なさいよ。
いいけど、ぼったくらねえでくれよ。
人聞き悪いこと言わないでよ。
I like the idea that a JRPG party gets together long after the game's over and just has some drinks and hangs out. Some frosty cold ones. Mm.
久々に会ったんだ。今日はガンガン飲もうぜ。
At least he still has his fro.
よっしゃ。じゃあ改めて乾杯。乾杯。
Aww. What could go wrong?
今日、蝶たちはやっぱり来ねえって。
ああ、半純義もな。
だよ。付き合いは。
You've never been on a plane, Harry?
せっかく半年ぶりに飲もうってのによ。
Traveling not your thing? Just never had the opportunity?
自分たちはあくまで裏社会の人間だ。
Yeah, there's a particular rigor involved with travel sometimes, and the
寂しいけどね。
the mental fortitude to deal with the instability of it is part of it. Protecting your inner calm from travel hiccups and things like that.
何別に根性の別れってわけじゃねえ。頼りのないのはいい頼りってやつだ。
Hey, golf thing. How you doing? Thanks for the sub. Fortnite added MGS2 riding as a skin. Yeah, that's weird. They're adding Old Snake too, right? Just everything.
まあ、先の長い話だけどな。コツコツやってるよ。足立さんには迷惑かけっぱなしだしな。
まったくだ。うちみてえな弱小会社に仕事なんてポンポン作れねえってのに。
いや、ほんと面目ね
え。冗談だよ。春日はよくやってる。一文の得にもなりゃしねえってのによ。
変わんねえな、お前は。
そうだね。そういうのかっこいいって思うよ。
かっこいい。
そうか。
うん、ちょっとお手洗い。マスター、お手洗い借りるね。
で、さっちゃんとはその後どうなんだよ。え？
デートの一つくらいはしたのか。
何言ってんだよ。
ああ、ダメだ。進展なしだ。
Really? Really?
まあデートしてる暇なんてあるわけ。
I kind of like that they didn't really lean into that in Like a Dragon.
このヘタレが。
ちょっと待ってって。何言って。
春日、お前さっちゃんに惚れてんだろ。
いや、それはその
隠してたつもりか。バレバレなんだよ。こっちがこれまでどんだけ気使ってたと思ってんだ。
Yeah, Yondo. Platonic friendships are nice. Yakuza or Like a Dragon. I keep having to correct myself. I don't know. It's such a doodly story. I don't know. It shouldn't go there.
いやでも。
うだうだ言ってるうちに他の誰かに取られちまってもいいのか？さっちゃんには太客もいるだろうしよ。お前が思ってる以上に競合相手は多いぞ。
でも俺そういうのからっきしでどうしたらいいか。
こんなありさま佐々木には見せらんねえな。今日の帰りにでもさっちゃん誘ってみろよ。今度二人で遊びに行かねえかとか。最初はそんなんでいいから。
I really hope she's just like, no.
百戦錬磨
Not interested, thank you.
なに足立さん、また悪い遊びしてんの？
まあな。あ、そうださっちゃん、この前よ。
God, now it's weird.
Ah, 飲んだ飲んだ。
大丈夫かよナンバー。ふらついてんぞ。
しゃあねえな。俺がついてくわ。どっちにしろ駅行くっしよ。
大丈夫だって。
どこが
Turtleneck?
おいじゃな。
Should have worn my turtleneck today.
あればまた飲むや。
うん、それじゃあね。
人生は一度きりだ。悔いのねえようにしろよ。
足立さん。
ほらナンバー帰るぞ。
置いてくな。
大丈夫かな。さーて、私も帰るか。
Get out of there fast.
じゃあまたね。
Bye.
ああ。
Wait.
さっちゃん。あ、いや。
何？どうしたの？
いや、なんでもねえんだ。
そう？じゃあね。
さっちゃん。
ちょっとさっきから何？
悪い。あのよ。今度。
There was a Nani? There was, right?
は？
Uh-oh.
何？もう次の飲み
That
会。
was kind of a second one. It was by
う
itself.
ちの店でやる約束でしょ？
あ、いや、そうじゃなくて。
One with two. There was a comma, but that's enough. It can't be part of a whole phrase. Nani? And then more? Totally counts. We got two. We just had to be patient. That was a really good camera shot. Good amount of time, too, to just let it hang in the air. That hurts, buddy. That hurts a lot. Oof. That's one of those, like, the worst thing she can do is say no moments. Is it, though? There's a whole world of terrible that's way beyond just saying no.
だよ、もう。あ、もしもし。
She just got flustered, that's all.
ごめん。急に言われてテンパっちゃって。
いや、こちらこそ大変ぶしつけなお話で。
来週の土曜なら空いてるんだけど。
はい。
遊び行くんでしょ？二人で。
え、それつまり。
楽しみにしてる。じゃあまた。
There it is. You just gotta be patient sometimes. This is gonna be the most awkward date ever. Got a job, got a date, drank some beer. Again, we play video games for the fantasy we don't get to have in real life.
Yo, 元気にやってるかおい。
なんだなんだ。やめろよバカ。
何やってんだお前ら。
よおっちゃん。おっちゃん。やった。俺やったんだ。
おいおいどうした。酒癖。
いいじゃねえかよ。今日はめでたき日だ。ブレコと行こうぜな。
なんだなんだよ。
それ踊れよ踊れ。
じゃあいいことあったのか。
ハレルヤ。
よせこの酔っ払い。
なんだよ。宝くじでも当 当たったのか？
いいじゃねえかいいじゃねえか。
こいつどうしちまったんだ？
Everything's looking up for Ichiban. The whole game will just be a series of pleasant surprises for Ichiban, and then the credits roll, and we all have a great time.
そうか、OKもらえたか。
やったじゃねえか。楽しんでこいよ。なんでしょぼくれてんだよ。
いや、よく考えたら俺20年近く無所にいただろ。まともなデートなんかしたことねえんだ。
Live in Scotland, been on a ferry to go to Switzerland, highly recommended.
考えると。
おい、ネガティブになるな。
Yeah, I guess, not flying is the sheer grace of being European. Good train systems, ferries and stuff, yeah.
付き合うところが絶交されちまうかも。決めた。デートは断る。
Awesome. Perfect date quest incoming, yeah. I gotta scout out locations.
じゃあどうすりゃいいんだよ。
He's gonna overthink it though. She's just gonna be like, you just gotta relax.
何を喋りゃいい?
Yeah, high-speed rail. Someday. Maybe in our lifetimes. There's a lot of investment going into a rail that connects Los Angeles and Las Vegas in California right now. And then theoretically a rail that'll run along the coast to connect San Francisco and LA. We'll see. They're building the metro lines out further and further north, which is cool.
おめえら。
恩に着る。さて、じゃあ何から話すかな。まずはデートに臨む心構えから行くか。
だな。まずは何よりも変に肩肘張らねえことだ。デートってのはお互いをより深く知るための時間だからな。自然体が大切よ。
なるほど。自然体か。
いや、それは違う。女の子がデートに求めるのは特別な時間だ。記憶に残るような特別な一日。自然体なんかじゃなくて、バリッと決めていけ。
Rode a BART train once in San Francisco. Not a horrible experience. No. I've rode Amtrak to San Diego before. It was really nice. Half the transit was just getting downtown so that I could get to Union Station, though.
年長者の言うことを聞いておけ。伊達に人生経験積んでねえぞ。
いや、足立さんが正解なら、なんでその年まで独身なんだ。
LA is really spread out and it's really dense.
なんぼだって彼女の一人もいねえじゃねえか。
So it takes a while just to get across the city no matter what kind of wheels you're on. Yeah, big ass seats, Wi-Fi, snacks, enough restrooms. It really is like a plane but humane. When Steph and I were traveling around Europe, my primary request is that we travel by train, which we were able to do a couple times, but some of the cities didn't quite connect like that. Or it was going to be like 24 hours to go what a plane would take 1 hour to do, that kind of thing.
これからどうするんだ?
気を引き締めろ、春日。授業はもう始まっている。
I wanted to ride in a sleeper car.
デートの極意。レッスン1。
Oh, they're going to train him how to go on a date?
姿勢? そう。デートってのは待ち合わせ場所に着いた時からもう始まってんだ。
Assume position.
相手より先に着くのは当たり前。愛しの彼女をどう待ち受けるか。肝心なのはそこだ。何しろ相手にしてみりゃ、そこで目にするおめえが。
Yeah, Shinkansen is more expensive than a flight. Yes, it is.
その印象次第で。
We got to ride on a Shinkansen from Tokyo to Kyoto, which was also a request of mine. But they also had package deals. It's pretty great. You can buy a rail pass for certain lines in Tokyo before you even get there. You can like prepay in US currency. So we had a JR line pass when we were in Tokyo. And then JR also runs one of the high-speed rail. I don't think it was the Shinkansen, but it was a really high-speed train that was just like pure class. Heaven, like, feels more like you're in the future on a train like that than on a plane. Just because you can see the world screaming by. It's like just got a nice little whisper hum throughout the whole rail car. Everything's really sleek and clean.
そうなのか？なあ、足立さんはどう思うんだ？
論外だ。ベンチでうとうとだ。言ったろう。女の子がデートに期待してるのは特別感だ。待ち合わせの瞬間にも相手はそれを求めてるんだ。
待ち合わせの姿勢で特別感ってどうやるんだよそりゃ。
まず待ち合わせ場所には30分前に到着。その後大立ちだ。脇目も振らず愛しい人が来るだろう。
Hold your gaze firmly. Stare. Bit 10. Yeah, I can't recommend the tourist experience in Japan enough.
今日の一番いつもよりなんか素敵。これからいつもと違う一日が始まるかも。てな。
It's actually a really easy city to navigate as long as you can sort of visually match kanji.
どっちのアドバイスを採用するんだ？そうだな。
But menus are largely all pictorial. And paying for things is all math and pretty direct math. Interestingly, it's still a very currency heavy culture. I think they accept Apple Pay and things like that now, so that probably makes it quite a bit easier. But a lot of the places I went, and this was in 2018? 2017? Still carried around a lot of yen and coins and stuff, but that's not that bad. Yeah, France sucks. Oh, that's one thing I did forget to mention. Most of my Finland trip was oddly menaced by the French. I don't know why. They were around everywhere. But on one of the last flights going up to Rovaniemi, and this is all right. I thought this before I heard them speaking French. I want to be clear about that. But the people in the row in front of us sat down, and I was like, "Damn, it smells like cigarettes and body odor." And then they started speaking French, and I was like, the French. So it happened in that order, all right? I want to be clear about that. It's not racist. Also, maybe they could not smoke all the time, but they do. It's fine. We did ice karting, which is the coolest thing. Go-karts basically on like ice. I was Tokyo drifting all over the place. But Steph and I were racing with another group, French tourists, and everything was fine. They weren't too out of bounds, except for the fact that when we finished and I pulled into the corral, the fucking person behind me slammed into my car. Didn't even apologize either. You can say I'm sorry in French. I'll probably get it, but no, they just ignored me. I was like, fuck, that hurt. Anyway, now I've earned my racism, okay? But yeah, when I went to Paris, I got like bad food poisoning. And also the food was just not that great, weirdly. I didn't have any like, I guess what you would consider proper French food though, which is to say nothing was swimming in butter. It was all just very like dry and bland. And then also I spent half of it vomiting. So can't really blame, well, no, we can blame Paris for that. It was great. I'll say Paris is probably the easiest city to get around in. The train and rail systems in Paris are fantastic. Pretty much everything else was not. I got to dance in the Moulin Rouge. I guess that's something. Anyway, I'm gonna sit and act natural. Style up.
座って待ってた方がその後に体力温存できていいんじゃねえかと思って。
お前は見どころがある。そう、余裕を持つことが肝要よ。
Yeah, no bed bugs. Hey, JC. How you doing?
待ち合わせ場所に行ってもしさっちゃんがベンチで寝てたらどう思う？
昨日の仕事で疲れてるのかも、とか。
そう。
Okay, that's fair. I said act natural. I didn't say go to sleep.
ただのお疲れサラリーマンだ。さっちゃんも気遣ってんだ。
Thanks for the sub, JC. 70 months? Wow.
確かにそりゃそうだ。
Finally, some culture and identity.
セットに大立ち。これがデートに臨む男の基本姿勢だ。
What's wrong with the culture of wanting infinite wealth?
さっちゃんを怖がらせそうだからよ。普通に立って待つわ。
There are literally signs up in the box offices of Parisian movie theaters warning people they might get bed bugs.
気がつかなかったぜ。しなく見えねえよう気ぃつけるわ。
City lights.
ありがとな。
I got a back itch, but I'm sore. I gotta like use my fingers to like inch up my back skin so I can get to the itchy part. I've been to Mexico, yes, but only to kind of touristy resorty parts. I've never been to Mexico City. I've been to what is it? I went to Cozumel to do scuba diving, and then I went to a destination wedding in some resort somewhere, but it was a resort, so it may as well have been anywhere. Oh yeah, how was my trip to Finland? It was awesome. I had a really, really good time. Lots of good food, very kind people, beautiful landscapes, reindeer. Yeah, some of the like really good drinks and beer. I was surprised. Good curry? No curry. Good coffee, excuse me.
あの店は裏メニューで100辛を頼める。スコビル値にしておよそ120万。タバスコの500倍以上の辛さだ。
I didn't have any curry in Finland. I did have something that was kind of like curry flavored though. I think there was like a sandwich that had curry spread on it that I got in an airport. Had some good European bread. Oh my god. So the place we stayed, it was like a Northern Lights resort. They had a breakfast buffet that was probably the best breakfast buffet I've ever been to. They had like freshly baked loaves of bread, and you would just get one out and slice yourself off a piece of bread. And it was soft and delicious and had seeds in it, and it was chewy. They had egg butter. They also had, what is it, quark. Quark is like I guess kind of like labna. It's kind of like a yogurty cheese. They mixed it into pancake batter and made quark pancakes, and they were fucking amazing. So delicious. Yeah, Karelian pies, they had those. I finally had a Karelian pie. I remember seeing those in Alan Wake 2 and wanting to try one, so it was extremely hearty. It looks like it's a Danish, but it's not. Sounds like Star Wars food. I was certainly thinking about Star Trek, yeah.
カレーと牛丼以外に選択肢はねえのかよ。
そうやって悩んでたら当日も優柔不断なことになるぞ。
Yeah, it's just hard-boiled eggs mixed with butter, so it's like a breakfast spread. It's really smart. Makes sense. It was delicious. Beef bowl. Well, I think this would be for a better date, actually. You gotta push yourself out of your comfort zone. But yeah, they had like vats of bacon. Oh my gosh. I realized how important it was. Like, you really do have to eat a pretty big breakfast if you're going to be moving around in cold all day. It's really important to have a lot in the tank. And then, yeah, amazing coffee. Like, probably the best coffee I've had out of a giant carafe kind of thing. Man, what else was there? It was just all really good. I want to eat more of that bread. The last day I was there, I basically had an entire plate of bread. Because I was like, goodbye, bread. Yes, a lot of sauna. Steph arranged it so we got to rent a personal sauna that they like. It was like on a trailer, and they drove it in front of our little like Aurora pod. It was a wood burning. Oh, they still do the thing where they turn around to try to walk out of the background. But yeah, the wood burning sauna was really, really good and very intense. The thermometer in there had it at 80 degrees Celsius. Did get to see the Northern Lights? Absolutely. Yeah. We went to another sauna that was more traditional, I think. Or, sorry, more modern. The opposite of traditional. But yeah, we did ice sauna, which is a sauna inside of an ice cave. You can only do it for like 10 minutes because it melts. But it was pretty cool being in there and like dumping in water and having it steam up and basically hearing the ice all squelch and pop around you. It was like being surrounded by a bowl of Rice Krispies. Did you eat that weird rotten fish in a can? Surströmming? No, that wasn't really around. Oh, that's Swedish? Okay. I didn't think that was Finnish. Finnish awful food is black? Yeah. Didn't really try any, like... Oh, mommy. Yeah, there wasn't any, like, daring tourist food around. The most, like, touristy Finnish thing I did was dive into snow while doing the sauna. I kind of get it. It helps you maximize your sauna uptime. You get in there. I was like in there until I started getting a little lightheaded, and then I would sit out in the cold for a while. But it's like I wouldn't cool off fast enough. My arms and legs would get cold, but I would still my heart would still be beating kind of fast. So it would hit this level of discomfort where I was feeling cold, but my body was still overheated. Ooh. That looks dumb. Yeah. So I would go back inside into the sauna and then overheat again even faster. So that's when I started rolling around in the snow. And yeah, that drops your body temp real fast. The first time I basically laid back and I was like, "Blah!" and then got up. The second time I was even more like overheated. So I laid down in the snow and like just did like 10 real deep breaths while I could feel like the cold instantly hit my skin and then start to creep in. You know, you can kind of feel how deep it's penetrating. It's interesting too because it's like you have that haze from being overheated and then you like snap back instantly with a cold. But then it's just like trying to control a different kind of panic. Did you remember to raise electrolyte levels by having sausage after the sauna? No. In grand tradition of being an idiot tourist, I didn't rehydrate properly and even got a pretty bad headache. Because we went back into our room, I like slammed a couple of glasses of water, and then we went to dinner where I had like a cocktail. And the first one didn't make me feel super great, and then I had a couple of sips of another one, and then it just like really hit. My body was like... Nope, you fucked up. I mean, that looks really good though. I did have, I mean, another place we were at, when we went to the Ice Hotel, some lady passed out in the restaurant. We were in the middle of dinner. Steph got up to use the restroom, and then like there were like kind of like raising conversations of concern, and then some lady was just like out. They put her on. They like lowered her to the floor. One of the servers or somebody there was like, "I'm going to start doing chest compressions," so I could hear them like fucking doing CPR, and then she started to breathe. And then just kind of let out like a long moan. You know, that sound that human beings make when they're not fully there, but they're clearly in distress. That kind of like animal sound. Yeah, that was intense. But she got up, they got her water, and then she kind of rejoined her dinner. And everything seemed fine. I think she just got too dehydrated. Blood pressure went too far down. Too many drinks. People, myself included, I think don't appreciate the physical aspect of doing a sauna. It's not, well, it is kind of like a jacuzzi, but boy do you sweat out a lot more. Yeah, people can pass out in a hot tub with booze. Scandinavia, where the leisure activities cull the weak. Yeah, it was a physically rigorous trip. Which is kind of why it ending in another physical shit show was even more of a hit, you know? Did you have blood sausage? No. I did eat a sausage, though, when we went out on snowmobiles to look at the aurora, which is the coldest I've ever been. My toes were beyond numb. They were like starting to hurt. And I was like, God, this isn't frostbite yet, I don't think, but it doesn't feel good at all. But yeah, they started a fire. They gave us all sausages to roast. So I got to look at the northern lights while taking bites off of a sausage. General, you bring that up. Texas gets about that cold sometimes. It's rare, but it happens. You've seen it, man. Like the cold snaps that have hit Texas in the last couple of years that drop the power grid, cause water pipes to burst. It's brutal. And those happened in the past. So it wasn't like that weather was not unknown to me. But it being like every day was new. And having to like change your life and the way you dress and just the nature of going in and outside was a whole ordeal. So yeah, but yeah, the snowmobile ride was the coldest I've ever been. Mostly because the water vapor in my breath froze into my balaclava, so it was just a sheet of ice. When we got to like our stopping point, I took it off and then put my helmet back on just because I couldn't leave my head exposed, and it was hard. I like bonked it on the side of my snowmobile, and it was just like tunk tunk tunk. I stuck it in my pocket, and it wasn't thawed by the time we got back to the resort. Razzle dazzle. Ice is a good isolator? It didn't feel like a good isolator when it was on my face. It's colder in Denver, but much windier in Lubbock. Yeah. Texas weather is demonic sometimes. Some of the harsher winters I remember as a kid was like, it would be like 5 degrees Fahrenheit with freezing rain. Like, the water from the sky is already cold enough to freeze, but it hasn't frozen yet. It has to hit something first, and then it freezes. Like wind chills in the -25, -30 degrees Fahrenheit. Just horrifically brutal stuff. You can't really drive in it, you know, because your windshield just freezes over immediately. So you turn the defroster on, and it kind of works. Yeah, there were a couple of, I got a couple of snow days as a kid living in Texas. Just because the buses couldn't run, people couldn't get... Yeah, the roads aren't treated, that's for sure. I don't know. It is a preparation thing, certainly in Finland. Their entire culture revolves around being prepared for cold weather. Oh, I didn't make it over the rail. Whip. I think it hurt. It played both the English and the Japanese stabs there. Oh, hello worker is my my class right now. My job. I could use a sip after that. Oh, his running animation is a lot more wild. President Ichiban? Oh, Ichiban Senbei. Eri-chan's running the company. Oh yeah, my crackers. I didn't do all the side stuff in Like a Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, omelet. Missing them explode into yen. Maybe they'll do that in America. Hey, free egg. Did you have finished licorice? No. But I did have some licoricey liqueurs. I did see that in the, in like gift shops and stuff. Yeah, look at him like tilt and turn and like throw his limbs out when he sprints. Pretty cool. They had a licorice candy called deer pellets. It was like deer droppings. Little black nuggets. Oh hey, I remember this place. Do I get to sleep in my old... Oh, okay, that's right, it's the, like, energy drink machine. Where's Danny Trejo? Haven't gotten that far yet, I guess. Oh, okay, that's what that icon means. I'm a pretty big fan of that sort of passive dialogue. I've seen that more and more in RPGs. Just little speech bubbles that pop up with 1 or 2 lines. You can kind of read it as you're going. It doesn't require you to stop and thumb through a couple of windows of text. Alright, asshole. Let's see here. A move from Kasuga's schoolyard wrestling days. Damages an enemy, high chance critical hit. Let's do it. Everyone's so friendly. And everybody knows Ichiban, huh? It's about time we get some pocket tissues. Getting stronger. All right. At least you can bash through those menus and like victory screens super fast. Okay, well, grab some fragments out of the trash. It's always a good real-life RPG pastime. Oh, man. You just murdered some homeless man? Nah. Everyone that Ichiban beats up physically comes to their senses immediately and instantly develops some new life skill. You're supposed to sit on a bench and act natural. Alright, while this cutscene plays, I'm gonna go get my salad.
それにしても今日はずいぶんおめかししてるじゃない？
あ、これみんなに見繕ってもらってよ。変だったか？
いいと思うよ。さあ、どこ行く？
おお。
Let's carry you overdressed. I made this yesterday? No, day before yesterday.
ごめんなさい。また来てくださいね。
Like a grilled shrimp salad.
ここも満席か。
Uh-oh. Best laid plans, Kiryu.
まあお昼時だし仕方ないよね。他のお店に行ってみよう。
You didn't get any reservations, dog?
これで候補の店は全部なんだ。
It's been all day worrying about it. Yeah.
こんなに混んでるなら予約してくればよかったね。
Come on, bro.
すまねえ。
Yeah. You should have.
さっちゃんはどこか行きてえとこねえのか？
そうね。ま、あるにはあるけど。
おお、そんならそこに食いに行こうぜ。
ああ、でもご飯じゃなくて。
え？どこなんだ？
そんなの言わなくてもわかるでしょ。一番もさっきから落ち着かない様子だし。さっきからずっと歩きっぱなしだし。ね、寄ってこうよ。
She wants to fuck.
てっきり一番も同じ気持ちだと思ったけど、違うの？
そんな。
These jokes were like.
明るいうちから？
昼とか夜とか関係なく。
They play around with the Japanese tendency to talk around a topic. I guess it's pretty ripe for misunderstanding. It's about what you don't say. I feel like the only goal here is to play it cool until he realizes he's assuming the wrong thing. Because we're deep into an anime hijink right now. None of your business, Ichiban. She's just referring to beef bowls. Oh no. Here we go. Hey, 1sticks, thank you. Thank you for the platonic, non-parasocial way. Or the platonic, non-parasocial love.
この先に喫煙所があるから一服しようって話よ。
Oh. Cuero Nick, thank you very much.
タバコの話だって分かってたよ。行こうぜ喫煙所。一服して落ち着きて気分だ。
大丈夫？一番。
Know anything about Judgment 3? There is no Judgment 3, is there? It's just Judgment and Lost Judgment? I haven't played either of them, though. My God. Don't talk about the homies.
そういや、ナンバってメガネ外したらどんな感じなんだろうな。
どうしたの急に。
いや、そういえば見たことねえなと思ってよ。
Ask her about her, dude.
ああ、確かに。どんな感じなんだろ
う。案外イケメンだったりしてな。
それはなんちゃんに失礼だよ。でももうちょっと綺麗にしてもいいよね。髪の毛もセットしてさ。
だよな。今度ナンバ改造計画でもやってみようぜ。足立さんも誘ってよ。
いいね、楽しそう。
楽しみだぜ。
もしかして私とデートするよりなんちゃんや足立さんと過ごしたかった？
え？
だって一番ってなんちゃんや足立さんの話するときすごく生き生きしてるから。
いや、そんなつもりで話したんじゃねえんだよ。ただその共通の話題をと思って。
Oh no.
冗談よ。あ、そうだ。なんちゃんと足立さんの話で思い出したんだけど、前にあの二人が陣内駅の近くに面白そうな店があるって教えてくれたんだよね。今から一緒にそこに行ってみない？
おお、いいな。早速行ってみようぜ。
Kind of interesting to depict smoking in a game. Guess people smoke in Japan. I didn't actually see it that much when I was there. He's so sad.
すごいね、この立派なカウンター。ヒノキかしら。
おお。
どうかしたの？一番。
いや、難波と足立さんの紹介の店っていうから、てっきりもっと大衆的な店かと。
あの二人も多分来たことはないわよ。ただここに雰囲気の良さそうな店があるって言ってただけ。
Is this game just about Afro Man no Kiryu? Kiryu shows up, but Like a Dragon is focused on Ichiban as his main character. They just did Like a Dragon Gaiden. The man who changed his name. That is a Kiryu-led game.
じゃあ私これにしてみようかな。すみません、春国魚の煮物をください。
お客さん、それはね。
Ooh.
春告げを。
You mean she can't read the menu?
そうなんですか。すみません。
Man who erased his name, right?
うわ、やっちゃった。恥ずかしい。
Boom. She wanted this with no ketchup.
さっちゃん、普通に考えてこのメニュー全部読める人間は相当少ないはずだ。それなのに振り仮名が書かれてねえってのが問題なんだ。
ちょっとそんなこと言わなくても。
Damn.
うちら
Backfired.
一年なんだしさ。
聞こえてましたよ、お客さん。うちの品書きに不満があるようですね。
ごめんなさい。 ない不満なんてとんでもない。
いや、その兄さんの
Yeah,
言う通り
the chef's got to back me up now.
うちに来る新規のお客さんは一元で終わる人が多くてね、なかなか常連が根付かないんです。その理由を考えたところ、格式を優先した結果、ハードルが高くなっているんじゃないかと。
ああ、もちろん格式は大切だけど、威圧感が勝って客を遠ざけるのは本当の高級店とは言えないと思うぜ。
おっしゃる通りです。早速品書きにも振り仮名を記載したいと思います。正直な
They're good stand jokes,
あり
Jason.
がとうございます。
すごい。一番の意見がお
Good
店
bit.
を動かすなんて。こういう店でも雰囲気に飲まれない一番ってすごいね。
思ったことを正直に言ったまで。
It worked out. Yes.
メニューのここ見てくれ。海にローなんて何の料理だかさっぱりわからねえだろ。
いや、それは普通にエビでしょ。
エビ。
え、これでエビ？
さすがにそれは読めてよ。私が恥ずかしいわ。
まあまあ、お二人には感謝の印にデザートのあんみつをサービスしますよ。
え？私あんみつ大好きなんですよ。嬉しい。
Stay with me, babe. You get all the Ritsu you can handle.
いやー、案外うまいもんだな、割烹料理ってのも。
本当美味しかったわね。
Yeah, Jimbo. She definitely dressed
こんな
unsexy.
機会でもなければ一生いた
She's
だく
guarded.
と思う。
That's okay.
ありがとね。
Just hanging out. That's all.
そうか。喜んでくれたんならすげえ嬉しいぜ。
やっば。
どうしたんだ？
向こうから歩いてくる男の人いるでしょ。
あの3人組か？
先頭を歩いてる人、田中って言うんだけど、以前私の指名客だったの。
さっちゃんのキャバクラの？
うん。IT ベンチャーの社長で羽振りが良かったんだけど、ちょっと度が過ぎてさ、他の客にサエコは俺の女だなんて吹聴するからお店を出禁にしたの。だけどその後も
Well, JC, I apologize if a comment I made lives in your head.
私田中に彼氏がいるって嘘をついたくらいよ。
I should have made a comment about you liking it. More that it seems to surround you.
だけど田中は
You have a very volatile
つ
life.
いてる彼氏なんかいないはずだって言い張って、今でも時々店の裏で私を張ってたりするの。
田中が超ポジティブなのか、さっちゃんの嘘が下手なのか
わからないけど、人を見る目には自信があるとか言っててさ。そうだ、ちょうどいいわ。一番ちょっと協力してくれる？
え？
うまく演じてよね。いかに
Oh, okay. All right.
彼氏って感じで。
彼氏？
I know sometimes offhanded comments can sting.
サエコさん、偶然だね。何してるんだい？
何って
I tried to be a little more aware of that.
彼氏とデートしてるのよ。
彼氏？そのおじさんが？
どうも、サエコさんとお付き合いさせていただいている春日一番と申します。
No, I haven't given up on turtlenecks. I've just been traveling and doing laundry, and it's actually kind of warm. I'm worried about that, actually. It might be difficult to pull off turtlenecks in LA weather. Like right now, I have 2 windows open in here. I guess I feel a little cold. I could have a turtleneck on, but I need to buy some more too. I need to get a nice chain. No, Otter, I was thinking about that.
Anta サイコさんの彼氏？仕事は何をしてるんだい？
ハローワークで働いてるぜ。契約社員でな。
契約社員？非正規労働者の分際でサエコさんとお付き合いなんてありえないでしょう。
んなこと気にしないっての。
では彼氏さんに質問しますが、もしもサエコさんが1000万の借金を負ってしまったらどうします？私ならポンと払ってあげられますがあなたも
俺にはそんな大金とても無理だ
でしょうね。あなたにサエコさんは守れませんよ。
だけど俺はさっちゃんの話を何時間だって聞くし、何時間だって一緒に悩むぜ。それが彼氏ってもんじゃねえのか。
一番
一緒に悩んで何の解決になるんです。二人とも不安な気持ちになって終わりでしょう。
終わりじゃないわよ。一緒に不安を抱えてくれる人がいることで気持ちが救われるわ。そして頑張って困難を乗り越えようって思えるの。マイナスかけるマイナスはプラスになるのと同じよ。私が恋人にしたい人はそういう人。一番の彼氏で本当に良かったわ。
Is she telling the truth?
サエコさん、本当にこのおじさんが彼氏だっていうのか？
Sorry if I snipped at you, Bongo.
そう言ってるでしょ。
I also like tech issues frustrate me, and that already puts me in a state of having lower endurance for like handling what I have to hope are good-natured jabs. Yeah. I need to learn myself more, and when I get in that state, just kind of not look at chat. Ooh. I feel so self-conscious, and I feel an obligation to respond to as much chat as I possibly can. Then I realize I don't have to. Ooh. Knock back chains, allowing them to fall up if an enemy is knocked in their direction. Ah. Interesting. So if I like... Nothing. Auto battle with LT. All right. That's kind of odd. She walks around idly in her own turn, but wherever she's standing when it becomes her turn is her radius of influence. So, like, how often will you just have to sit here and wait for your party members to walk into the right spot? I guess the buffs matter. Damn. All right, here we go. See, look, he's like scooting, she's scooting. Stop scooting that way. All right. I mean, the dude going through the sign in slow-mo was sick. And they probably can't get KO'd. That might be the problem, is both of those enemies were knocked out already. Man, on his nice new suit.
だけどせっかくの一丁羅が汚れちゃったわね。ごめんね、私のせいで。
気にすんなって。でもこのままってわけにもな。すまねえけどちょっと待っといてくれるか。服着替えてくる。
What's going on over there?
じゃあ待ってる。
おう、すぐに戻るぜ。
I thought that was the end of the date, no? Oh, they're having such a good time. Simply having a wonderful dating time.
悪い、自販機見つかんなくてよ。
ううん、ありがとう。最初どうなるかと思ったけど楽しかった。ありがとうね、一番。
そうか。そりゃよかった。
一番？
あのよ、俺は元ヤクザだし、足洗った今も貧乏暮らしで毎日ピーピーしてる。
ちょっといきなり何？
バカで勉強なんてで
He's
きた
about to propose, isn't he?
沢城の頭にはずっと間抜け言われてた。でもよ、今はなんとか定職にもつけて仕事は真面目にやってるつもりだ。職場の評判も悪かねえと思ってる。
Yeah, don't trauma dump on the first date.
体はとにかく丈夫な方だし。
Got a strong back?
桐生さんとかとは比べようもねえけど、まあ腕っぷしも弱かねえとは思う。酒もタバコもやりすぎることはねえ。ギャンブルもまあやらねえとは言わねえが、たしなむ程度なもんだ。こんな大して取り柄のねえ俺だけどよ、さっちゃんのことは俺が命に変えても幸せにしてみせる。だからよ、さっちゃん、俺と結婚してください。
Wow. He actually did propose. He even got a little spit in there. My bro, third date at least.
男数が一番。この先何があろうともさっちゃんのこと守り抜いてみせるからよ。さっちゃん、女なのにすげえしっかりしてて弱いとこ見せねえ。仕事して親父さんの世話。
This is fine though, because it's still in the realm of it being like a 13-year-old playing with his action figures. That's what an over-emotional 13-year-old does. They propose the second they have like 1 hour of good time with anyone. The first woman that doesn't outright reject you.
さっちゃんは家庭に入ってくれてもいい。だからって当然家のことを任せっきりにはしねえ。掃除洗濯水理買い出し何でも手伝うぜ。
Yeah, she just has to jump
赤ん坊授かったら
straight into the water.
任せといてくれ。そんでガキも一緒にいつかおやつさんの墓前に報告するんだ。こんな幸せな家庭を築きました。
You guys just played a crane game. Ease up a little on the gas here.
してくださいってよ。さっちゃん、
ありがとね、一番。今日は楽しかった。
Good answer.
ちょっと待ってくれよ、さっちゃん。俺何かまずいこと。
別にそんなことないって。でももう帰んなきゃ。明日お店のことで早いし、一番も早起きしないといけないでしょ。じゃ、お互い頑張ろ
う。それで返事は？
Yeah, that was really kind of her. Yeah. He's a dumb idiot. He's a dog with a new ball. I mean, she's had to that's her job though, is managing dudes. Go get fries with the homies. Eat your feelings.
まあけど肝がられるだけならわかるけどよ。それでさっちゃんが怒るとは思えねえんだよな。
いや、別にさっちゃんは怒っちゃいなかったって。ただ急に今日はもう帰るねって。
バカ、それが怒ってるってんだよ。それも大激怒、怒発天を作ってやつだ。
ああ、終わったなこりゃ。ゲームオーバーだ。生阿弥陀仏、生阿弥陀仏。
そんなこと言う。俺はもう何が何だかわけわかんねえんだよ。
デートの最中はうまくいってたんだよな。
ああ、そりゃ最初は俺がテンパっちまってあれだったけどよ。途中からはさっちゃんすげえ。
Remember an anime who totally deconstructed this type? She was also like, why would you try to convince anyone by listing your weak points? She gave him the basic breakthrough of how to just not be a loser otaku. Yeah. People try to recreate a dramatic scene where a character like exposes themselves and they're vulnerable. And part of the way that's done dramatically is listing all the weak parts of yourself and showing that you can be honest with yourself about the ways that you can improve and saying that you want to do that with this person. But people who don't understand that think that it's charming to just list what a fuck up you are. Because also in narratives, it's not like the partners have any choice. They have to get together. Oh no. Yeah, being vulnerable is good, but you need to also prove that you're not walking around with your heart on your sleeve. You have to be an emotionally centered, healthy individual. And part of that is not needing someone else to take your pain away. Or telling somebody that you have a lot of baggage that their acceptance will erase, because it won't.
次はそんな取り柄のない自分だけど、さっちゃんのことは俺が幸せにしてみせる。だから結婚してくださいって。なんだよ。
早速来たな。
あのな、一番さっちゃんみたいにバリバリ働いて自分の人生貫いてる子が誰かに幸せにしてやるなんて言われて嬉しいと思う。
Yeah, when he started going off about how when she wouldn't have to work and he'd take care of her, I'm like, she doesn't need that, bro.
プロポーズでそれっちゃ致命傷だな。
You're just showing that you don't know her or what she wants.
原因はもう分かった感じするけど、それから何か言ったのか。
Yeah, boundaries.
その次はさっちゃんが
But it's part of life, you know?
家族の世話とかすげえしっかりしてて
Getting over-invested in people, throwing yourself into a relationship.
今時女なのに。
Uh-oh. Oh.
そうなのか。
Is Ichiban being a little problematic?
女なのにとか。
Alright.
女に限らず性別で決めつけるような言い方にムカつくやつは最近特に多いだろ。
そうだったのか。
Honestly, like this is one thing I really appreciated about Cyberpunk is showing romantic awkwardness, showing characters navigate it, acknowledging it as a part of life. As part of games being fantasy, I think a lot of the way that that's represented is like the Mass Effect thing, where you just have these very scripted interactions that culminate in intercourse. I guess being player sexual. But if the player never gets rejected, then you never have a chance to go into any of that emotional territory.
そんなことくらい俺だって分かってるよ。
でもそう誤解されてもしょうがねえ言い方になっちまってるって話。
Yeah, the rejection scenes in 2077 were probably the best in any game I've seen. I mean, there might be some in like visual novels or something that are well written, but yeah, it was awkward, it was weird. The characters figured it out, you know, apologized, and then went on, like continued talking.
その後は何か言ったのか。
それからもしさっちゃんが家庭に入っても俺も家のことも手伝うって言って、そんで将来ガキができたら3人でおやっさんの墓参りに行こうって。
Yikes.
それで打ち止めか。他に余計なこと言ってないか。
ああ、これで終わり。
Also, pretty rare to show dudes talking about emotions and romance. And these characters are actually giving out some pretty practical and well-lived advice.
これも相当地雷ワードだぞ。家事は女がするものって先入観の表れだと思われるからな。
さらによ、赤ん坊ができたらってのも。
Yeah, right? Talking about kids on your first fucking date?
赤ん坊のできねえ夫婦だ。
But some people need this explained to them. You know? They're not incapable of empathizing, they just don't have the tools yet. And that's what compassionate and understanding friends are for.
荒川への高校目的に結婚しようとしてると思われかねねえ。
おい、嘘だろ。俺の言ったことは何から何までまずかったのか。最悪だ。俺はもうどうしたらいいんだ。
I don't know if this passes the Bechdel test yet. It shouldn't. And I hope it never does. Like a Dragon is a manly series. And that doesn't mean there's no emotions. That just means it's man emotions.
そうだよな。ちゃんと謝らねえと。
Men. I'm Just Ken. Oscar nominated I'm Just Ken. Beefy boys crying, fighting, crying again.
Hey.
Eating food, drinking beer, fighting again, singing, crying. Talking about babes. I'm just here to support. Do your thing.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Nanda. I will go apologize. Hello! But first I need to sing. I don't remember where the karaoke bar is. Darts. Mahjong. Shogi. I guess you do it at the bar. Well, that is where I'm headed. No, it's not. Ooh. Do like the city noise. Just the air sound of being outside. People talking, cars, sirens. Man, to be hunched over in the alley, loudly moaning that you need diarrhea medicine. Oh, my butt. Oh. kicked over one of your barrels.
いらっしゃいませ。
Let's see here. Beer, Daggalbi, lettuce leaves.
いただきます。ごちそうさん。
Yeah, performance looks real smooth.
ありがとうございます。
I mean, it's not the most technically aggressive game, but it looks good, plays good. No arguments here.
だてね。何見てんだよ。
I didn't really enjoy Dragon's gameplay, but is the story worth it to put up with a really long and boring combat? Probably not. Probably not. If the combat bores you, then it's unlikely that you'll be, you know, interested by tabbing through pages and pages and pages of text, which is how most of the story is revealed. You need to play the first Like a Dragon. Not really. I mean, they're doing a lot of reintroducing of older characters, but I don't think knowing any of their interconnected stories in the past matters much. But, I also just started, and I tend to not be very sensitive about those things either. I don't know, these days I'm not very, even though I guess it's because I do a lot of it on the stream, I guess, but I don't know that there's just ass loads of connected value in playing hyper long games like this. Because the writing still acknowledges that new players are going to come in. Yeah. They take 30 minutes explaining who they are. Mm-hmm. Yep. They reintroduce themselves. And also, to be frank, like this, even though I haven't played all the games, the stories of Like a Dragon and Yakuza are not epically meaningful. They're cute and they're fun, but they're largely contained within the hour or so that you experience them in the game. The games are pretty smart about making this story experience pretty drop in and drop out. There are tons of references and stuff and characters that show up again, but it happens so often, it kind of loses significance. It's just, you know, it's pro wrestling. It's just this endless churn of doodly melodrama. And there can be fun moments. They are all connected, but there's not some like cosmic narrative that's unfolding over the course of all of the video games. They're all pretty consumable popcorn entertainment. And I think you can treat them like that and experience them that way. Utasuki, what is that? Well, there's no Dame Dane, but this one sounds, wait, just pitch. I guess it's just the interface. All right, here we go. I was listening to No Mercy this morning. In the shower. That was a good shower.
情けなくて恥ずかしくて逃げ出したくなる時はあるかい悲しすぎて虚しすぎて死にたくなる日はあるかい俺はあるでもまだ
It's a completely empty bar.
成り上がるぜ世界で一番かっこよくて強い勇者になり上がるぜ世界で一番君を笑顔にできるような男に答え合わせりゃまだ早いぜどん底から夢見た姿へ俺と成り上がろう
So wait, why was the kid grabbing a bat? What was that all about? What was that happening? Oh! 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 Eat it, T-Ham. Get blasted, Lil Lily. Oh, Bat Kid was each, but oh yeah, I guess so. I guess that makes sense. Playing video games. Again with the Earthbound reference, maybe with the bat, baseball bat. All right. Okay, more story. Actually, no. Let me take a quick break. God, fucking Ichiban in the menu every time, dude. I always forget, and it's always a delight. All right, quick break. Let me clear some things off my desk. I'll be right back. Hey, thanks everybody for watching so far. Stepping away is a good time to remind myself to thank everybody, because I do enjoy streaming. I enjoy sharing. And that means that I love backseats. Wait, Tekken's available, right? I need to check and see if it's Play Anywhere, because if it's Play Anywhere, I might get it on Xbox. If it has cross-play and all that stuff. I actually really have been enjoying the Xbox platform on PC and console. Haven't played the demo. Haven't played a thing for Tekken 8. Not a thing. I'm a baby. I'm a stupid baby about Tekken. All right, I'll be right back. The original plan was to play this for another 2 hours or so, then Raid Night, and then Tekken after. I think I'll stick to that for now. All right, back in a minute. See you soon. Okay. Did you guys enjoy your Doom shareware and Monty Python clip? Did you guys receive that Cyber Blast okay? You want to check some on that Cyber Blast? Check out the ID hash on that Cyber Blast. Why do Street Punks have like a mochi hammer? Ah, whatever. Alright, here we go. Oh, wait, no, wrong one! Ah! Whoa! Damn, dude, his spine compressed and expanded like a spring. Man, the combat is beyond trivial at the beginning of the game. Everything dies in one hit. I guess you want people to have a bunch of easy victories at the beginning. Strider, the Nani counter is for every Like a Dragon game. All of them. So far, I've only played Yakuza 0. And I also didn't have the counter up for the first Like a Dragon, because I just played that off stream. So it's not fully academic. I think it was also up for the little bit of Ishin that I played. But the point is, by the end of it, it'll be a fully academic count of all the Nanis encountered in a full series playthrough. Completely accurate for science and archival purposes.
Oh, 一番じゃん。偶然だね。
いや、探してたんだ。さっちゃんのこと。一昨日のこと、ちゃんと謝りたくてよ。
謝るって何が？
俺、全然さっちゃんがどう思うかなんて考える余裕もなくて、ひでえことばっかり言っちまってた。
Okay.
それを謝りてえんだ。
And done. We are done talking, and you walk away now. Well, that's not so bad. She's giving him a soft landing, which is again very kind of her.
何が悪かったかようやく気づけたんだ。
Hello, Sydney K. Don't!
まず、さっちゃんのことは。
Don't spell it out, bro. Don't tell her you had to talk to the bros.
やってることなんてとっくに分かってるのに、結婚したら仕事辞めるのもいいとか、ふざけたこと言っちまって。
God, he's making it so much worse. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. This is a good cautionary tale in over-communication. Just because you're figuring some things out doesn't mean anyone else cares. Important life lesson there.
その気持ちは嘘じゃねえけど、結婚がおやっさんのためみたいなことを。
Yeah.
テンパってたとはいえ、俺はさっちゃんのこと何も考えられてなかった。本当にすまねえ、さっちゃん。
Damn. See, this sucks because you put the burden on her twice. Okay, she's again doing the right thing.
バカだな。私そんなこと気にしてないって。
God, a master at work here.
でも
確かに最近そういうのデリカシーないって風潮あるけど、別に気にしないって。私が何年キャバでセクハラクソ親父たちの相手してると思ってんの？
でもよ。
Still took some balls? Maybe. It becomes a selfish apology at some point. Where you're... The longer and more intensely you apologize to somebody, the more you make it their responsibility to let them off the hook, you know? You're really seeking absolution from guilt instead of genuinely apologizing. So... There's definitely a right way to apologize, and there's a method of apology that comes from the right motivations.
だからお互い普通の友達の距離感に戻った方がいいと思うんだ。
Might as well address this now.
心配しないで。
This is actually really smart because he's going to agree to anything right now.
これからもずっと友達だから。
そっちは。
そんなわけだから。一番も変なことでくよくよしないで。前も言ったけど、お互い頑張ろう。じゃあね。
Don't. No. God, get him with a spray bottle. Stop it. Okay. I guess that's why like hoarding medical supplies was much more topical in last year. Cool. I'm glad we moved on from that. Or I can only pray to God we've moved on from that. Mm-hmm. Oof.
Yes. 今日も仕事頑張るか。
Oh. Yeah, we just gotta pick it up and move on. And stop texting.
おはようございます。
春日君。
That was the first thing he looked at when he picked up his
よ
phone.
ろしくお願いします。
ちょっと今いいかな。
え？ああ、前にやった倉庫の整理とかすか。任せといてください。
あ、いや、ちょっと伝えたいことがあって。
I don't like that.
会議室行こうか。
We don't need a meeting room. Why would we need a meeting room? Is this because we're out of snacks? Oh, fuck.
いや、参っちゃったよ。来月末が更新タイミングじゃない。なんなら給料アップを申請しようと思ってたのに、昨日市役所から更新 NG って連絡が来てさ。
俺の働き方で何かまずいとこがあったんですか。
あ、いや、春日君は本当によくやってくれてるよ。だけど市の財政がいよいよ厳しいらしくてね。どうしても派遣の人から来て。
Sorry, bud. No choice. Tried my best.
そう。
They're not hearing it. Those bastards. God, I've been on the other side of that table a few times.
わかりました。
And just like,
今までこんな俺を雇って。
I guess there's no words that can make it better, but when they're like, sorry, bud, I fought for you.
ってとこすかね。
Just like,
春日一番。
No, you didn't.
一日まで全力で働かせてもらいます。
いや、出勤は今日で最後にしてもらいたいんだ。
有給の消化ってことすか。確かに取ってないですけど、さすがにそんなに残ってないですよ。
ああ、それは大丈夫。足りない分も特別に有給って形で処理してくれるって。すごい特別待遇だよ。
そんな。
What, PTO getting paid out?
わざわざ特別扱い。
You know what I realized? Fun little life hack. If your company has unlimited PTO, you don't get any PTO payout when you leave.
上の方で決まっちゃったことでさ。今まで本当にありがとう。で、
わかりました。改めて今までお世話になりました。
ありがとうね。
Damn, he's taking this really well so far, I guess. Oh man, this is I swear to God, this is the first video game I've ever played where you have to say goodbye to your coworkers after you've been laid off or fired. This is a video game first for sure. Oh man, these games are getting really realistic. Yeah, also too soon. Just astoundingly on the nose. I was wondering about that with the title, Infinite Wealth, but this is still not even in America. So I don't know. I was mostly concerned about it in relation to American economy.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. What's that? I was looking for that Steam link. Somebody mentioned that there's a workaround to make the little barks and interjections the proper language. I was you know what? While I was playing the intro, I was actually wondering in the back of my head why they wrote multiple lines of dialogue for your coworkers, and now it makes sense. I mean, the shrubs on the side of your path when you start any game are going to be more manicured, right? That's always a thing. But it seemed inordinate. Or it seemed, you know, there was effort invested. They were also complimentary too.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you. You gotta say nice things. Gotta pretend like this is fine.
Excuse me.
Switch from Japanese to English and back to fix the voice bug. Okay, easy enough, thank you. Is there any way to make the text just a little bit faster?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Gotta be nice to your boss who fired you, otherwise you'll never get a recommendation. You know what's weird? And a lot of in the jobs that I've either quit or been fired from, it's been very clear to me that I would probably never run into them again. I think that's because a lot of the jobs I've had have been like venture capital kind of offshoot jobs, not industry jobs. But like, I knew that I was not going to work for anyone that I worked for at Machinima again in my life. Because it was obvious. Oh, mash A button? No, I don't want it to be like... I don't want it to be instant. I just want it to scroll up on screen just a tiny bit faster, that's all. It's an unnecessary thing, but I just want it to match my reading speed, that's all. Okay, hold on. Oh, they have staggered autosaves. That is a really good audio hit. It's almost like it's not as good as the Nintendo Switch, but it's probably like a strong number 2 in terms of like logo audio branding. I love that bong. It's got just the right amount of like angelic reverb. Is this game out yet? It is either out or very close to being out. I did receive a code. Oh, the Sega, yeah, the Sega Sonic cheer is pretty good. Sega, yeah. It's interesting that they changed that instead of keeping it even as a 2-note thing. All right, back to saying goodbye to everyone because I got fired. Or excuse me, my contract was not renewed. The most impersonal and like whoopsie-doopsie way to phrase it. The most passive voice. The contract was not renewed. Wow, that sure does make it sound like a strange cloud just flew through this place and I'm not employed anymore. Interesting that there's absolutely zero accountability for this decision. Now that was Japanese. Is he gonna like break down as soon as he walks out? Class act all the way. Everybody's just like, yeah. This is interesting because it's kind of two scenarios back to back where Ichiban has like a lot of feelings and nowhere to put them. Nothing to do with them. I mean, he's handling that a lot better than he handled getting rejected. Oh no. Hello worker to freelancer. Right. Because I'm unemployed again. Now I can scavenge for change under, the first thing I do. Oh, no. Oh no. Imagine everyone... Are there windows? Kind of. I walk out the front door. People walk to the window. They immediately see me cross the street and look for change in the vending machine. Oh... Complete destruction of integrity.
Huh? Oi, あれだよな。
はい、あれっすね。間違いねえっす。
やっと帰ってきた。おかえんなさい、春日さん。
え？誰だお前ら。
取材させてくださいよ、春日さん。巷で話題になってるあの件に関して。
あの件？
元ヤクザから金取ってヤバい仕事斡旋してるって件ですよ。詳しく聞かせてくださいよ。
なんだそりゃ。
またとぼけちゃって。ヤクザ専門の裏ハローワーク。近江と道場会解散させた連中が甘い汁吸いまくってんでしょ。春日さんもその一人だ。
なあ？誰がそんなこと言ってんだ？んなヨタ話鵜呑みにすんじゃねえ。
そう興奮しないで。で、ぶっちゃけどんくらい稼いでんの？元ヤクザを野放しにするとか迷惑なんすけど、両親は痛まないんすかね？
Is this dude a citizen journalist? Oh, he's down. He's down. Red card.
皆さん見ましたか？この凶暴性。これが春日一番の本性です。
What a fall.
天の英雄と呼ばれようが根っこはヤクザなんです。さらに彼の場合はヤクザを食い物にするヤクザ。任侠も仁義もあったもんじゃない。オッケーカット。カメラの前で暴力はまずかったよな、春日さん。今のがネットに流れたら大変だ。100万で買い取らせてやるよ。明日までに用意しな。
呆れて物も言えねえよ。てめえの大根芝居を誰が信じるってんだ？
そんなの映像を編集すりゃどうにでもなんだよ。お前が全力で俺を殴ったように見せることなんて朝飯前だ。
勝手にしやがれ。
いいのかお前。 ただでさえ大炎上してんだ。これ以上
Look at this dude's lean
取
here.
り返しがつかねえぞ。
I like his baggy pants.
俺のどこが燃えてるってんだい。
はあ
I want to be the goon where my job is to lean and wear baggy
ネットで
pants.
なんて言われてるか知らねえ
I
の
just kind of
か
complete the ensemble.
知らねえよ。ほとんど見ねえし。
マジかよ。めんどくせえな。おい、見せてやれ。
You already edited it?
こんにちは、皆さん。タタラチャンネルへようこそ。早速ですが、今回の告発はこちら。
You got me interested.
名前はカス
Wow.
一番。
They have VTubers reading the news?
クイーンでして4年前の極道大解散に深く関与し、一部界隈で
Hold on.
英雄など
I can't be here.
います。こちらは横浜にあります正真正銘本物のハローワーク内。なんと春日一番は堂々とここの窓口業務をしており、向かいに座るのはこれまた元極道の男。
なんだこりゃ。佐々木？1年も前のじゃねえか。
春日一番が元極道に何か小声で指示しています。で、指示を受けたこの元極道が
God, even the styling of the subtitles is perfect.
向かったかというと、コンビニ、ドラッグストア、ブランドショップとダミーの手まで用意して大量の万引きをしてるんです。
I like how the one thing we saw in the game is the thing that's the most important in this report, of course. It does pay off why they spent so much screen time on it, though. I was wondering about that.
この時は腕時計など200万円分を盗ませて、春日はそれをたったに
Luckless Sanzo, thank you very much for the sub.
つまり仕事のない元ヤクザに盗みを
Sub and the love.
その転売でかなりの利益を上げてる。
Sub love.
これが浜の英雄いや真の顔なのです。
おい、なんなんだこりゃ。てめえらがこれ作ったのか。
知らねえのか。タタラチャンネルだよ。俺らから見
タタラちゃん。
登録者数は500万。
Oh my god, I just put together Chen and then channel.
取り上げられるなんてすげえよ、春日さん。
Like 4 channel.
ふざけんな。
Yes.
全部デタラメじゃねえか。
デタラメって。いやいや、バッチリ証拠映像撮られちゃってんじゃん。
そうか。なるほど。急にハローはクビにされたのもこいつのせいか。
Kasuga got cancelled.
俺
Interesting.
たちが撮った動画、本当に買い取らねえんだな。
買うわけねえだろ。こっちとら後ろめたいことなんて何もしちゃいねえ。
そいつは気の毒にな。じゃあ仕方ねえ。こいつには寝てもらって次のターゲットのとこ行くか。
What? Why does beating him up become the thing?
おい、頼むぜ、用心棒。
Oh, is it Goro? Oh no, wait, it's Zhao, right? Nope.
何？こいつ殴ればいいの？
そう。軽く気絶させる。
The cut of the jacket looked like Zhao.
ああ、前みたいに半殺しにすんなよ。
誰だお前。
俺のネット仲間だよ。危ない撮影の時だけ協力してもらってんの。ていうか、
There was a nani? Okay.
最強格闘系の朝倉チャンネルって知らない？今人気爆発中なんだけどな。あ、そうだ、さっちさ。今思いついたんだけど、この喧嘩も撮影していい？後でうちのチャンネルとのコラボ動画ってことにして流すのどう？
いいよ別に。俺は殴れりゃいいから。
よっしゃー！これでうちのチャンネルも一気にメジャーになんぞ。よし、じゃあさっさと片付けて佐々木ってやつんとこ行くぞ。
佐々木ってなんで佐々木が出てくんだよ。
ああ、元横浜日渡し会の佐々木。もうとっくにネットで特定されてんだよ。あいつにも直撃インタビューかましてやるさ。ヤクザ辞めてネットでさらされた今の気分はどうですかって。この喧嘩と一緒に編集すれば500万再生超えも間違いねえぞ、マジで。
やめろ、あいつは今必死に人生立て直してんだ。こっから先は一歩も行かせねえ。
Got a good boss fight now? Something that lasts more than one turn, maybe? Oh, I'm fighting all of them. All right. Oh, look at that. That's cool. Whew. They do kind of arrange themselves so that they tend to, like, so far they do seem to set up those knockbacks and stuff. So it's like you just have to wait a minute, but they seem to like follow a kind of pattern where they will align themselves. Yeah, like I've had the ability to bat for a while. Let's see here. There's like one guy that walks forward and kind of sets himself up. This dude hasn't actually taken a turn yet. Oh, he's next. Never mind. I should probably take him out then. Just trying to decide if there's anything cool I can do. Like aim him at that stop sign, maybe. This is not on Game Pass. Cucked your dad. Sorry. Whew. Those are tricky patterns. I guess the air quotes first Like a Dragon is on Game Pass, and a ton of other Yakuza games are. Yeah, probably will eventually. Is it good for a gamer who starts turn-based games now? Yeah, I'd say so. These are not inordinately hard or difficult turn-based RPGs. It might be a bit slow. Eli K. Thank you for the sub.
ありゃただもんじゃねえな。
タタラチャンネルでは引き続き綿密な取材のもと世にはびこる悪事の数々を告発してまいります。
Freaking Vtuber villain. Great. I was waiting for them to establish an antagonist. Aside from the slings and arrows of modern life.
足立さん、ちょうど連絡しようと思ってたとこだ。実は。
すまん、春日。うちの会社な、畳むことになっちまった。今ナンバも俺んとこに向かってる。
But yeah, I would say Like a Dragon, really good place to start. Like others had said, it's on Game Pass. It's probably pretty cheap just to buy as well, if Game Pass isn't your thing.
なんてこって。一体全体どうなってやがる。
俺も春日と同じような感じだった。出勤したら急に上司に呼ばれて、今日限り来なくていいってよ。
俺んとこには銀行から電話が来てな、融資を今回分で打ち切るって一方的に言われた。理由を聞いても査定基準は企業秘密に該当するので明かせない。
Oh, never mind. Like a Dragon is still full price. Okay.
ギリギリでやってきたからな。融資を打ち切られちゃ看板を下ろすより仕方がねえ。
I tend to assume that there's deals to be had on PC with any game after a year or two, but maybe not. Yeah, some games have managed to hold their price on digital.
まあ、偶然なわけねえよな。
やっぱ原因は これか。
Oh shit, it's 420. Nice. Doink him if you got him, fellas.
こいつは一体何なんだい。
いわゆる告発
We're getting menaced by these anime ladies. We can only escape. We can only fight back one way.
今やスマホのおかげで誰にでも
By making ourselves too stupid to care.
そういった動画をチャンネルで紹介するのが告発系だ。芸能人にやり捨てられた女が腹いせに証拠動画を送ることもあれば、正義感の強い政治家秘書が汚職を垂れ込むこともある。
じゃあ写真週刊誌みたいなもんか。
簡単に言えばそういうことだな。けど所詮は匿名性の強いネットで送られてくる情報だ。
Scene cut to the Vtuber right when the X-Files theme hit. This could be the storyline of an X-Files episode.
しっかり裏を取った上で信憑性の高い
Like a pirate news station broadcast from a virtual host that shares stories that ruin people's
過去
lives.
にはこのチャンネルがきっかけで未解決事件が解決したこともある。今じゃ警察や政治家も欠かさず見てるって噂よ。
Interesting.
だったら俺に関する告発、あれはなんだよ。とんだガセじゃねえか。
そこがわからん。
So this game is it's acknowledging post-truth society.
巧妙に作り込まれた垂れ込みだったのかもしれねえ。
垂れ込んだな、どこのドイツなんだ。
それは絶対明かされないようになっててな。だからタタラにはでかい垂れ込みが持ち込まれるんだ。
こいつが俺の動画を公開したのはいつだ。
3日前だ。再生数は300万を超えてる。で、タタラチャンネルが扱った以上、世間はそれを真実だと信じて疑わない。
タタラってのに連絡は取れねえもんなのか。
I think I recognize one of those avatars.
DM でメッセージを送ることはできるし、もう送った。今んとこ返信はないけどな。けど仮にタタラが動画を取り下げたところで、後の祭りだ。一度ネットに上がったもんはあっという間にコピーが出回る。それにこの手の動画に飛びつく連中は花から真実なんて求めちゃいね
え。There it is. People just want a good story. Pop-Tart, hello.
じゃあそいつらは何がしてんだ。
叩いてもいい人間を探してる。
Yeah, here we go.
ストレス発散のため。
This is commentary I can get behind.
罪もない人間を叩くわけにはいかないだろう。だけど悪人ならどんなに
Oh yeah.
が痛まねえ。
新時代のいじめみたいなもん。
I mean, they're hitting the nail on the head. It's a trend that I've noticed in YouTube media. We've tried to call it out on Inside Games too. People love being a righteous bully.
あれで世間の風向きが変わった。
その矛先が今度は自分たちにも向けられたってわけか。皮肉なもんだ。
すまねえ、足立さん。ナンバー俺のせいだ。
あ？
俺の脇が甘かったせいでこんなことに。
おい。
Yeah, it's tough. It's human nature, though. It's something I've had to make my peace with working in media production. You'd like to think the best media would also be the most popular, but that's just not the case. And even thinking about it in those two scales is a little juvenile. There's a whole world of expression out there. Money is not a validation of correctness.
悪いのはどう考えたってデマばらまいたやつだろ。
それに俺たちをなめんなって。これくらいの逆境、これまで何度だって味わってきた。
おうよ。ホームレスの時、大雪の日に野宿したあの地獄に比べりゃこんなん極楽みたいなもんさ。これから何度だって這い上がってやるって。一番お前だってそうだろ。
ああ。
ナンバー足立さん。すまねえ。
The homies.
けど元棒の社会復帰についちゃ支援ができなくなっちまう。
まあ仕事の供給源も窓口もなくなっちまうわけだからな。
情けねえ。おやっさんの意志を継ぐなんて息巻いといてこのざまかい。
今我慢の時だ。それより 明日からもお前を頼ってくる奴がいるだろう。そいつらには事の次第を伝えてやらねえとな。
ああ、そうだな。
Homeless again. I guess he's still got a spot. Don't go to your old workplace. No, man, don't. Maybe you just walk past to see if anyone's, like, looking for you. Oh, man. That TV is old as hell by, like, 23 standards. Hey, Daejon. Does he have a kitchen? Oh. Right. Whew. Compact living. Yeah, this game sure did start out with everything on top. I mean, it's got me invested, or it's getting me invested, I should say. I don't think we've quite... I don't think the narrative is really kicked into gear yet, but it's starting to. They finally introduced the... theoretically, the main flow of the plot. How is this gonna get them in America, I wonder? This is gonna be a struggle. If they go deep with the VTuber thing, it would be scary if they reveal how to unmask a VTuber. Just the attempts to, like, dox people? Or is there something else to it?
Yeah, それが俺は見ての通りヤクザ上がりでよ。嫁とガキが2人、上は来年小学校だ。俺のせいで散々苦労させちまったけど、せめてガキにはまっとうな暮らしをさせてやりたくてよ。あんたを頼れば俺みたいなのでもまっとうな職に就けるって聞いてきたんだ。頼む、仕事回しちゃくんねえか。すまねえ。は？実はよ、俺がここをクビになっちまって仕事紹介できなくなっちまったんだ。頼ってきてくれたやつにそれを知らせたくてここで待ってたんだ。本当にすまねえ。嘘だろ。俺はどこ行っても門前払いされて、もう首くくろうかって時に
Oh shit, god damn. Now that's how to escalate things. I was gonna end it all, and then I heard about you. Jesus Christ. Kick the bottle. Oh god. On the ground weeping in the parking lot. You can have your job back. Yeah, I was about to say. Couldn't you just stick up a sign or something?
俺のいない間に春日に用があるってやつが来ると思うんです。それってヤクザが来るってこと？元ヤクザです。俺が行ってきますが、多分皆さんにご迷惑かけちまうと思うんで。わかった。
こっちもそんな連中にホイホイ来られちゃ迷惑だからね。
よろしくお願いします。
それに君もこんなところにいたって決まったことは変わらないからね。何喧嘩してたわけ？敷地内でやめてくれるかな、そういうの。
すいません、もう行きますんで。どこ行くか事情を説明しねえとな。
God, so pathetic.
もしもし。それ今そうたくなんだよ。やるときゃやるぞ。
俺の番だ。
She had it coming. I'm having a bad day, alright? Everyone gets one. Yeah, I like how an enemy type is just asshole. Yeah, Kenny, I don't blame you. I get wanting to own games. I've bought games off of Game Pass that I played and got attached to, so that option is still there. I like being really impulsive and trying a lot of stuff, and Game Pass is great for that. Also, the Series X is a pretty good console. I like the it's close to getting the PC experience in the living room. 120 hertz, 4K sometimes. It's definitely close enough, which is why I'm curious about Tekken 8 for Xbox Play Anywhere. I'm hoping it's there. The only problem is, and this is being seen through Palworld, is versioning. I've had this issue with Game Pass before, where the Game Pass version of the game is just straight up super behind. Yeah, backwards compatibility is pretty good. I like the interface better than PS5's. The controllers last longer. I need to put in some time on PS5 though. I gotta play the God of War DLC. I think I have Gravity Rush downloaded. I wanted to play that. I think Dragon's Crown is also on PlayStation. I've been trying to get Steph into the idea of playing that. I want a nice 2D grindy beat 'em up. And also Dragon's Crown has floppy, sloppy anime boobs. Have you considered watching Silent Hill Ascension? How do you see that? How do you participate in that? Oh, there's an app. Okay. Live streams every night. Okay, I'll try to check it out. I'm kind of fascinated by it, even though I'm expecting it to be a shit show. Tekken's probably going to favor PlayStation, given the history the two have. Oh, yeah. I mean, for the longest time, if you wanted to play a fighting game, it had to be on PlayStation, because you just wouldn't matchmake with anyone on PC or Xbox. Thanks to crossplay, it's much less of a deal, so... Should I buy a Switch or wait for Switch 2? If you're not starving for games, probably wait. But that assumes that you'll be able to get one at launch. Theoretically, that's all part of the plan, though. There should be a ton, if rumors are to be believed about a Switch 2. But who knows when it's coming out? It may not even be this year. Who knows how much it's going to cost? So if you are curious about the Switch or the lineup of software on it, it's really more if you want to wait 6 months or so. To me, the more tantalizing thought is that a Switch 2 will run games like Tears of the Kingdom better. And I think it's worth waiting 6 months to play that game in its best possible state. But this is like eight assumptions down the road. 1 is that a Switch 2 is going to come out this year. 2 is that you'll be able to buy one. 3 is that it won't be outrageously expensive. And 4 is that it'll up-res backwards compatible games or run them at higher frame rates.
頭だった高部が会長になったのは知ってるよな。
まあ組の序列からいやそれが筋だもんな。
その高部が今無所に減ってることは知ってるか。2年くらい前のことだ。
いやそうだったのか。
ああ、だが問題はその後だ。最近になって東上会や近江から放り出された元ヤクザたちが清流会の門をくぐってるらしい。それも10人20人って規模じゃ収まらねえ数でだ。
How long till raid starts? Probably like 40 minutes, 30 minutes. I want to do some practice before the raid night, but technically it starts in about an hour.
だが星野会長は亡くなり、高部も服役中。
Yeah, I was like, this has got to be revenge, right? Since it's targeting these dudes specifically. This is how Seiko is going to come back in the mix, because she's going to get targeted too.
引き戻してるってことか。
加えてもう一つ悪いニュースがある。どうやら佐々木も清流会に行ったらしいんだ。
佐々木が
職をなくして相当答えてたからな。
Interesting.
堅気としてやっていくことを諦めちまった。その可能性は正直否定できねえ。
佐々木が清流会に行った。
Really like those 808 dink donks.
ああ、ホームレス村の馴染みからの情報だ。
今の俺が言えたぎりじゃねえ。言えたぎりじゃねえけどよ。佐々木をまた極道に引きずり込むのを見過ごせねえ。あいつは仇としてやってこって腹くくったんだ。俺の目の前で。俺はあいつを助けて。
まあそう言うだろうな、お前は。行くんだろ、清流会事務所。付き合うぜ。
でもよ、
放っておけねえのは俺たちも一緒だ。それに今の清流会。
Oh no, I just realized. I'm gonna have to find whatever weird arcane combination of Steam big picture mode settings I have to tick to get my stick to work with games. Actually, wait. If it's through Xbox, I think it'll just work.
久々に冒険と行こうぜ、勇者さんよ。
Oh my god.
お
勇者か。
Did we get a late title card, you think?
あれがねえと閉まらねえよな。
Aww.
あれどこやったよ。
Where's your sword?
あれだよ、あれ。勇者のバット。まさか捨てちゃいねえだろ。
Okay. That's why you had a bat as a kid.
あれは確か。
おい、なんだよありゃ。
いや、物干し像がなくてよ。
だからってあれ使うか？緊張感ねえなお前は。
ああ、エモい空気が台無しだ。
No, Pop-Tart, I haven't picked it up yet. It keeps raining. It's so weird. I'm waiting for a clear day so I can walk to the post office and then take down my Christmas lights. But also I like Christmas lights.
その前にちょっといいか？
なんだよ。
Yeah, it's just waiting at the post office. I'll go get it.
まず装備を整えねえとよ。
Yes! He did the smile? He did the like box art smile? What the fuck? Got the slow-mo walk? Fuck yeah. The hero strut? Oh.
なるほどな。確かにお前はそのなりが似合ってる。
何の因果かまたこのメンツで始まるんだな。
こういうのをな、腐れんつんだ。
正直言うとさ、 俺は心のどっかでこの日を待ってたような気がするぜ。
よっしゃ行こうぜ。難波、足立さん、世間様を浜の英雄と騒がせた俺たちだ。こうなりゃ誰にも止めらんねえぞ。おうよ。
おっしゃ
Peak male fantasy.
しかし懐かしいな、そのバット。
Solid pose in the middle of the street.
川の近くにぶっ刺さってたのを春日が抜いたんだったな。
そうそう、俺と足立さんじゃ抜けなくてさ、こいつ選ばれし勇者だけ抜けるんだとか調子こいてよ。
これは勇者の聖剣だとか言ってたよな。ガキの頃から勇者に憧れてたとはいえ、こいつ頭大丈夫かって思ったもんだ。
俺は今も変わらねえぜ。俺がこの世界を救う。
ああ、そうそう、それだそれ。相変わらず決まってる
Good times, man.
勇者様は。
おいおいおい、楽しそうなおっさん3人組だな。
LARPing around.
遊ぶ金貸してくれね。
Beautiful.
金ならないぜ。俺たちはいつだってな。
こんな年頃のおっさんが3人もいて金がねえわけねえだろが。
It's got the undercut.
嘘ついてんじゃねえぞジジイども。ぶっ殺すぞ。
おっさんがみんな金持ってると思ったら大間違いだぞ。おい勇者さん、その聖剣で久々にモンスター退治と行くか。
そうだな、久々に行こうぜ。難波、足立さん。
おう、やってやろうじゃねえか。やってやろうぜ。
おい、こいつら変身して。
Okay, cool. They're gonna acknowledge it.
何言ってんだお前。
いや、こいつ確か昔も同じようなこと言ってなかったか。勇者になったら敵が変身したとかなんとか。
The Twitch moderation team. The Twitch council.
思い入れは結構。
This is problematic.
なんだよ、俺だけ。
You can change to English through the in-game menus. It does kick you out to the title screen though. You can't just like swap whenever you want. That thug to scoot over. Is he gonna scoot? Maybe not. Oh. Yeah, they seem to sort of take formation. And I'm going to assume that there's going to be some natural efficiencies baked into whatever formation they end up standing in. Maybe that's like if you move fast enough, you can grab enemies. You just have to kind of get them while they're walking around. Yeah. Oh. I didn't expect that to hit. Okay. See, look at this. He's making his way over. Doesn't seem like there's much of a reason to manually give commands yet. Curious what auto battle is like. Let's see. Kasuga's wild imagination.
Oh.
Oh.
The first weapon store is a sex shop. Nice. That is a lot of lube. Jumbo sausage. Clean underwear? All right. Unstained as of yet. Massive massage machine. A health device upsized for more medically effective vibrations. Are those vibrations medically effective? Do you only have one armor spot, I wonder? Fresh underwear for everyone. Oh, okay. Head, body, feet. All right. Actually, wait. Can I sell? No. That's right. You can only sell at pawn shops. It's not that kind of RPG. Yeah. Matching briefs for the bros. What if they're all fired too?
Yeah.
So gonna add the PNG Lar and Steph as emotes. Was I gonna do that? Maybe. Probably. Yeah, that sounds like something I said. Does anyone know how to change into a werewolf in Skyrim after doing the quest line? It's like a spell you cast, right? Or a shout? Equip the edible underwear. It's a great first step.
Oh.
Edible. Go to google.com. Type in edible underwear Skyrim. Actually, hold on. Allow me to go to google.com. Edible underwear Skyrim. So all I see are pictures of edible underwear and then also screenshots of Skyrim. Edible underwear mod for The Sims 4. This seems clean. A lonely post from 2020 asking if there's edible underwear for Sims 4. I think that's a fair request. Bringing a bottle of sake to a mafia warlord.
またこうやってみんなで立ち上がる日が来るとはな。
I guess warlord is pretty
最
strong.
強のパーティー再びだね。
その最強パーティーの中身は全員無職のおっさんだけどな。
細かいことはいいんだよ。俺にとっちゃ頼もしい。
I am super in the way for all of that.
無職だろうが心は勇者だ。
Yeah, they're not saying anything too
お
important.
前のそういう根拠ゼロでも前向きなところマジで尊敬するぜ。
そんなに褒めるなって。
別に褒めてねえよ。
おめえらといるとほんと退屈しねえぜ。じゃあ決まっていこうぜ。勇者よ。
おう。
Urban chats. I just spent all my money on underwear though. How am I gonna afford a bottle of sake? Saw earlier that we're 30% of Sledgehammer was laid off. Holy shit. Wow, it is a bloodbath. I didn't think I knew that there were going to be Activision Blizzard layoffs after the acquisition, but I didn't think 30% is very heavy. Does Sledgehammer must have their own customer support. That seems to be the grand house cleaning happening at Activision Blizzard, is that a lot of those studios that got acquired over the years, they all kind of maintained their own customer service departments. And now that all of those companies have been freshly reorganized under Xbox, they're noticing that there's a lot of redundancy baked in. A lot of American jobs that they can chop out of their budgets. I think it was never really addressed at Activision Blizzard because a lot of those redundancies happened over time.
Oh.
It's like you acquire one company, they also have a QA department. You acquire another company, they also have their own QA. And then you just kind of let it go because you don't want to like swing the axe every time you bring a new company in. 60% of 2023's layoffs in the sector have happened already this year, and we're not even done with January. Yeah, I think January is going to be loaded because I think a lot of companies were waiting until after the holidays. So 2023's probably should have been higher, but now we're getting the nice ones that waited until after the holidays to announce. Oh man, the cheapest sake, $10 sake. You got Tekken 8 downloading? No, I need to do a little bit of research first. I need to figure out what platform I'm going to buy it on, but I will. I'll start it soon.
Oh.
Gotta search for loose change until I get enough money to buy the cheapest sake they have.
Oh.
I found a worm though.
Oh.
Yeah. The Xbox cuts are real bad. Could generative AI have anything to do with the layoffs? I don't think so. Those aren't the departments that are getting cut right now, at least. That'll probably happen later. But no. By my reckoning, this is the contraction following the hyperinvestment during and after quarantine. The way that funding cycles and annual shits happen, it just happened to land right now. Like, all the companies got invested in at around the same time. And all the companies hired up at around the same time. And now a lot of those jobs are getting trimmed. The good news, if you can even call it that, is that once there's like a retraction, then it's done for now. Until there's another rapid expansion in gaming. Seen the new Yoshimitsu? No. I'm excited though. Yoshimitsu might be a fun character to play as. I need to go to a pawn shop. I have plates and stuff. Ben 10 Pawn, where are you? Alright, that's easy. What's your favorite fighting pad? Oh, I don't have very exotic tastes when it comes to that. I just have an old stick that I used to play Street Fighter 4 with on Xbox 360. So, by the grace of Microsoft, it still works, so I still use it. Although, boy, is it not, it's not getting easier, that's for sure. It's not getting any more compatible with anything. Oh man, a twofer, nice.
Huh?
How much do you think paper plates go for at the pawn shop? CD Media? Well, Jason doesn't say anything best. I'm a hater, but also people were kind of foolish to think that Phil Spencer was going to mean that Microsoft would not operate like a tech company. If you want to if you want to see any evidence of optics in politics, the fact that nobody's talking mad shit about Phil Spencer because of all this is pretty good evidence. You just have to be liked. Bobby Kotick was an easy target, which makes people that throw shots at him not particularly brave or interesting. Or consistent, for that matter. I don't know. I think all that shit's real tacky. But whatever. It's online and it's safe. As long as you pick on the right targets, it's safe. But yeah.
Gaming.
Stop hiring so many fucking people. Now, I agree with that, David. I'm a pretty big proponent of sustainable hiring. But that's not how companies that's not how companies that hit a certain size tend to move. I have no idea, I just don't know the practicalities of operating companies like that. I know that there's whole dynamics to when you're hiring in the scales of hundreds and thousands, then you're kind of competing with other companies for workforce. And I think a lot of what can happen is when other companies are hiring, then you also want to hire. Because if you hire 1,000 people and 500 of them end up being really quality employees, then you've got them. And your competitors don't. So I think when there's money flowing and hiring is easy to do, you overdo it on purpose because all you do is increase the pool of employees that you can hang on to in the eventuality that you have to trim personnel. So it's there's a lot of hyper bullshit that is just part of the strategy of running a large business. And it kind of evolves down into really thinking of people as a resource and not people, which is the inhumanity of it all. But companies elect those types of people to run their businesses because it gets results. That's business. I guess the practical out is voting for regulations. Voting in worker protections, social safety net stuff. Universal basic income would be a really good start. How much are paper plates worth? Like $6, which is pretty good actually. Infinite wealth. Da 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 da. Pitiful look. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The discourse is silly and pointless. If it brings comfort to people who were laid off or connects them with work connections that can help, then it's not pointless. But so much of what I've seen on social media is just histrionics. I'm keeping my mouth shut. Well, I guess not on stream, I'm not. But Stephanie, it affects her. So I've been through layoffs before, and I've quit companies because I knew layoffs were coming, and I've been fucked over by my job a million times. I get pissed off at it too. I don't know. But yeah, Stephanie's had a rough day because even though she's not in the gaming industry anymore, she knows what it's like and connected to a ton of terrible, terrible experiences. What's the chance of a newer Rockstar Crunch report when it gets close to GTA 6 coming out? Unlikely, actually. I know that Schreier was elevating his career off those reports for a while. I don't think the gaming audience cares about Crunch anymore.
どうもありがとうございます。では。
ちょっと待ってよ。ねえ、写真とか撮っていい？記念にさ。そんなことより。
I also think companies got a lot better about managing managing their image, I guess. Preventing small information like that from leaking out. Media training everyone who interviews.
おいおい、芸能人気取りかよ、釣れねえな。
Yeah, managing perception, managing optics. Gaming companies are so good at that now. Or they're getting better, I should say.
絡まれてるみたいだし、助けてやろう。おい。
Again.
嫌がってるじゃねえか。
Nobody is saying fuck Phil Spencer, but people were more than comfortable saying that about Bobby Kotick. And that is a lesson in optics.
俺らには喜んでるようにしか見えねえけど、なあ。
その子が喜んでるように見えんなら、それが。
Now, to be fair to Phil, probably not his call. CEO of Microsoft, probably. Like, just wanted an across-the-board personnel cut. Phil got the number, and he had to distill it down into all of his groups. And that was it. Maybe he fought, but you don't like, that's the part of the job that you have to do to keep the job. You have to earn money and fire people when you're told to, I guess. Control costs. What? Hey. Okay, I guess if you run into an enemy, they'll like spread out for you. Minifig 1. Thanks for the sub. Okay, it throws backwards. Good to know. Oh, the little ribbon of blood? That's nice. I think I like the mechanic of knocking people back into stuff. It hasn't been hugely impactful, pun partially intended so far. But it'll be fun to try to like squeeze out all that extra damage in boss fights and things. You need something to think about, some way to like try to min-max or micro-optimize. It has to be a little minigame that matters but isn't crucial.
ありがとうございます。本当に助かりました。
あんたアナウンサーなのか?
Sorry, oh, someone in chat mentioned Xbox Play Anywhere. Did anyone research and see if that's like a PC / Xbox console purchase kind of deal? Because that might be my platform. As long as it doesn't get behind in patches and become unmatchable with other platforms. Oh, it doesn't seem so for Tekken. Okay, good to know. Then I'll just buy it on Steam. I can play that in my living room, but it's through NVIDIA Game Stream, which adds like it's really good these days. Really fast, really efficient, but it also still adds just a teeny tiny amount of lag. Radio.
The administrator is very concerned that we get a conclusive analysis of today's sample. I gather they went to some lengths to get it.
Thanks for the cheer pipes. Yeah, I worry about the next 10 years of gaming. I think we're exiting a renaissance right now, which is sad to say, but especially in the United States at least. there's going to be a lot of workers looking for decreasing jobs. And that's not going to lead to worker satisfaction because there's going to be more paranoia about keeping jobs. Employers are going to be able to leverage that to not really provide perks or salary increases. And I don't know. It's going to get crappier for game devs, and that's going to result in crappier games. Ooh. Nice. I think companies are also going to get more risk averse. So sameier stuff that has higher and higher profit expectations. Mortal Kombat 1 had a really good story mode, but its multiplayer is more or less what I thought it would be, which is just like a really over monetized marketing vehicle. But that's okay, I guess. I don't need Mortal Kombat to be my multiplayer fighter of choice. There's plenty to pick from. So as long as there's a choice. But, yeah.
家のラジカセで聞いてみるか。あとスマホのアプリでも聞けるとか言ってたな。
But still, 2023 was such a bumper year of games that from the consumer perspective, it's not like we're going to run out of stuff to play anytime soon. Ooh. You can listen to a podcast while you're playing. Cool. Radio broadcasts, any CDs you've collected while out on the town. CDs nuts! Yeah, Battle Pass, open world, survival, battle royale games. Yep. And then probably on the AI tick, probably like more super rapid turnaround indie projects, early access stuff. I think AI will enable prototypes to look so much better than they usually do, and will enable probably prototypes to be sellable. So maybe that's the way that the renaissance can continue. Companies will still take risks, but it'll be a ton of micro risks. Yeah, Strider, though. It's hard to complain from purely consumer perspective. An incredible amount of games launching even in the beginning of 24.
Yeah.
Nah.
It's a castle? Oh man, do you get to like slowly upgrade your home base? I'm such a sucker for that stuff. Unchained Echoes has some of that. I like that a lot.
Hi.
Oh, this is the guy. This is the chief. Okay. Not the chief of the Seiryu clan. Okay, a $10 bottle of sake makes a lot more sense now.
Oh?
Ooh.
What's the next weird game like Ashura's Wrath you're gonna play next? Probably Black Ops DS. All right. Can I save right now? I can't. Okay. Oh. Cool. Infinite Wealth. It's got a pretty slow wind up, but I guess all the games do. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna arrange for some snacks. Then it's going to be raid night. I'll start downloading Tekken. Raid night. And then another, probably a dinner break, because Steph usually gets home around then. I like to have I try to cook for her when I can, when we have stuff that, like, she can be a little bit picky, but that's okay. It's okay. It's her right as an adult. So sometimes I try to find recipes that sound appealing to her. And if I swing out, then I'll just eat some stuff myself. And then Tekken 8, and that's going to be maybe 3 hours from now, something like that. I have watched the Roadhouse trailer, which I enjoyed a lot more than I thought it would. Yeah. Jake Gyllenhaal killing the game yet again. Pain don't hurt. Yeah, what is that? Nobody wins a fight was the pain don't hurt of this Roadhouse. I like that. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, it looks really good. It looks fun. It looks like it's got a fun spirit. It's not. I was worried it'd be too self-serious, too cruel. For a while, people didn't know that action movies can be fun, and you can have stakes but also be goofy. Die Hard is a movie that understands this. All right, food time. And then I'll come back. I might do some simulations, some VR simulations for Final Fantasy XIV. But then it's a 2-hour sesh where we try to beat the hardest, well, no, not the hardest boss in the game, but one of the hardest. So we'll see. We can get to the elusive Phase 2 with the custom Phase 2 battle music. That's what it's all about. So I'll be back very shortly. Thank you again for watching. I'll see you real soon.
The aquarium cleans itself. No cords, no batteries, no filters.